Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I'd like to officially call this workshop to order for the Manvel City Council at 5 p.m. We have one item that is listed on the workshop, and then we can discuss any item that is on the agenda. So the one item that is on the workshop is an update by the Croy Park Task Force on the gardens at Croy Park. Dan, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking for Wally. I just saw, there he is, hiding back up. Come on up, Wally. I'm going to turn it over to him. Were we able to get the video working? I hope so.
I have it pulled up. I thought we were going to go over exhibits first.
Yeah, we can go
awesome,
over
awesome.
We'll
Okay,
go over exhibits
turn it over to
first.
them.
All right, so good evening, Council. Oh, is our new mic working now? Oh, that's awesome. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. It's not evening yet, but I just say good evening, right? We're going to be here a long time. To give you guys an update, we have the task force here. They're going to cover the aesthetics of the park, where we're at so far, what's been installed, how it looks, and the joyous portion of it. I'm going to cover the grit, the project management side of things, how it's been going, where we're at, and what's the current status. So first up, I'm going to invite Mr. Sofka. He's going to introduce himself, but I'm calling him up.
Well, thank you again for letting me be here, and I'm really excited about what we're doing. And before we get started, I tried to give everybody some jelly. Did y'all get some jelly? Yes. Was it any good? Okay. Well, I've got to tell you a story that this is really, I think, how good that jelly is. Wale has a small little girl, and he's trying to train her to be a nice little kid. So I gave him this jelly, and he says, "Paul, you know something? That jelly is so good. I even used it to make her potty train." He potty trained her with my jelly. So anyway, I want to compliment all of you for giving us the opportunity, for giving the task force the opportunity to put something together that is really going to be a namesake for Manvel. We started this a number of years ago, and we've got some people on the task force that have really been very helpful, particularly two of them here. Ellen Nagley's in the back here, and then what's his name? Glenn Olson. Glenn Olson is here too, who's been a confidant. So Wally's going to show us what we've done so far. But what's really exciting about it, I don't know if has any of you had a chance to go by there yet? It's really going to be a great asset to the city. And what we're trying to do, like any city, is to create more green space, as well as give opportunity for families and individuals to enjoy nature. I personally have spent 15 years on building a bird sanctuary in the middle of 20 acres. I've got 6 acres. My neighbors around, and they have agreed to just let me walk through there and keep the place wild. And you wouldn't believe the birds that I see over there. And we're getting ready to have spring migration, and I see all these beautiful songbirds. So this is something we can do over there. We get families over there. Families and with their kids can see nature in work. Butterflies flying around, birds. I'm hoping to, we'll talk about this later, Dan, but I would like to talk with Pomona too. Pomona over there's got the bio going through, so we could get them maybe to do a trail, or them to understand what green space is all about. So collectively we can do something together. I've called the Sierra Club, and they have in Michigan. There's a town there that's done a lot of development in terms of putting in green space, trails, and what they've done. So I haven't got any information yet, but I want to. League City has done something too. So I'm going to contact some of these people so that we can talk about what we can do in the future. So once again, I want to thank you for what we've done, and let Wally come back up here.
All right. Just to introduce the next person coming to speak, I'm going to call Mr. Glenn Olson up. Or would you like to come next? Yeah, come on. Yeah. she's just going to elaborate on Paul's portion about the park, where it's at, what we're trying to do. And Brooke, feel free to just click on through.
Yeah, thank you again for hearing us. I'll be brief, but we presented when the good council first approved this project. So we are familiar, those of you that were here, with all the benefits that this project can bring. And so since you guys are involved in city government, you probably heard of the federal government's plan to include green space and nature in developing and calculating gross domestic product from going forward. They've decided to actually be able to quantify the value of green spaces just like we're putting in now, so that you can actually have it on your income statement, your balance sheet, so you can actually see the value instead of it being in kind of an abstract concept. So I think this is just right in with City on the Rise. I mean, when I heard this 2 weeks ago on National Public Radio, I thought, there we are. We're leading the charge here in the city of Manvel. So I do appreciate your consideration for what we're going to ask for now for Phase 2 in actually greening up this space. We cleaned up the space. You'll see on the drone footage that I hope you get to see here in a moment how beautiful it's changed just during the month of January. But we can't stop here. And as we pointed out in our original request for you folks, this is going to can be a template for our future. I live on the other side of what's going in Valencia right now, and maintaining green space throughout all of our development is going to be key, and having some connectivity in that green space. I have 40 acres just on the other side of Valencia, and my plan is to maintain that as a green space going forward. I've already got plans with the family attorney to do that, to make that a wildlife sanctuary, to keep it structured there. And so I say that so you'll know I'm putting my money where my mouth is too. And so I envision this just being the gardens at Croy Park, one of many of these green spaces that the city of Manvel is going to need as it grows and becomes a larger, more dynamic city, at the same time maintaining its legacy as an agricultural community and a place for families to grow and develop. So thank you again for listening to us. We're probably going to bombard you with stories of birds and butterflies and bees, but we just can't help ourselves, okay? So just bear with us on that, okay? Thank you.
All right. So I didn't introduce them earlier, but we have Miss Phyllis and her mother here. They're actually residents of the Croy family, so it's great to have them in the audience. They started a tradition that we are going to keep going, and we're not going to break. Hopefully we can keep moving forward in multiple phases of this project and have a really beautiful park, better than Pomona's by the time we're done. So that's my goal. That's my goal. So I'll let Brooke keep going through some slides. I will give you guys the project management spill of how the park has been going. It's not as perfect, right? So we issued a notice to proceed on September 25th. With that, it was a 120-day contract. January 23rd should have been the completion date. Clearly, the park is not done. There are a few punch list items. However, they did reach out to me, Rebecca and Karen with Landscape Art. They did reach out to me and let me know that the weather wasn't permitting to do pours. It wasn't permitting to do a lot of work. They actually reached out and let us know when there were delays because of that. Obviously, we had a freeze in the spring, so that delayed the irrigation. They didn't want to put it in until after we knew we were past the cold snap. There were a few miscellaneous items that just take forever with procurement. There's a lot of custom items with this, just like the sign, the pergola. That's actually a punch list item right there. The entrance sign has a little damage to it. Of course, they're going to take care of it, no charge to us. Another item that hasn't arrived was the stone benches. That's another one that's on the punch list. We have a butterfly sculpture that was supposed to go in. That's something that Glenn's been helping out with because they were having difficulty to source. So he stepped in to help with them try to procure that. The irrigation hasn't been fully tested. Remember, this is a two-phase project, so the drip irrigation doesn't go in until after the plants. So we paid for it up front, so that we can have the underground work done. And it's already covered for phase 2. It's not going to be an additional charge for phase 2, but once we put the plants in, they will come back and put in the irrigation. The DG in some areas, so DG is decomposed granite, it's the actual trail. As you guys have been out there, you might have seen someone's taking a bike to the trail. It's not cured. It usually has like a 6-month cure window to fully harden. So at this point, it's been compacted multiple times. We've taken 0 turns across the flagstone crossings already, no damage. But if someone puts a bike out there, 300 pounds on the 1-inch area, it messes things up. But they're actually going to take care of patching that. It's part of a warranty that they're giving us. Since we're a municipality, they are going to issue a warranty for their items. They're going to tackle all the patching of certain areas. There's a few areas that are holding water. They're going to come in and put in dirt, level those areas out. The trail is supposed to be above the actual ground, so it's not supposed to pond water. We were supposed to handle all those. We still have a few spots. Mr. Sofka's informed me about that this morning. So we already reached out to them, and they're going to do something about that. All the excavated areas, such as the entrance, you will see there it's rough gravel and such. It's from the excavation. It's the first slide, if you want to help me go back to it, the first one. You might be able to see it there. Or actually, no, you can't. So right by the entrance, there is a lot of excavation work that took place to replace the old concrete culvert with 2 drain pipes to keep it level. They're going to fill that back in with sod. They already have that scheduled. They just don't think it's ideal to bring it in now in the middle of a freeze or cold. They don't think it's going to take. So they're going to wait a little bit and bring it back after the project window. There was a few missing items like flagstone and whatnot, but after talking with Rebecca, she's the owner, we actually went through, and I just got these numbers, so that's why they're written down. They're going to be issuing a couple of credits, so which is great news. There's going to be a couple of credits on some items they priced out. So the nook, the pergola, it's not exactly what Glenn designed, right? So his mastermind design, I don't remember, I showed you guys some colorful exhibits. I actually have them here on the flash drive if anyone ever wants to see. He had some really nice designs for that pergola. It was a lot more grand. The one we have is grand, but it was a lot more grand than what was delivered. And because of that, and it being custom, there were a few credits associated with it. So they're going to be cutting those costs as well. There were some costs with there were some items that we actually chose to remove after sitting down with Robbie, right there, Public Works Director, reviewing the previous park phases when they brought in the playground equipment and the benches. We went through and saw there were some items we could cut off. So obviously, like site preparation, we completely took that off. Our Public Works team stepped in and took care of a lot of the demo of all the white benches, all the old equipment, the hose, but they took care of a ton of the demo. That saved us about 10 grand off the bat. There was a few other items such as the site furnishing. There's some site furnishing. There was a picnic table. We just bought, I think, 8 tables out there, and theirs was about a mark of about $3,000. We see a savings, we just took it out. We will supply it ourselves, and we'll have it installed by our installer. So we took that out. There was a resident or organization that reached out to me to donate another bench. So with that, we didn't know where it would go, so we took out one of the benches we procured for this. I need to reach out to them and get that installed now that we're almost done. So we were just looking at a few, everywhere we could possibly cut costs, we did. I say all that to say that we're looking at a overall project cost that is going to be under $200,000, which is $50,000 less than what we had, which we can roll into phase 2. It's more to say. Some things happened as just a coincidence. Some things were planned. Some of the planning areas came in a little smaller than we had predicted. So the plants we're looking at possibly being a little cheaper. So at the moment, like I said, I got these numbers today. At the moment, we do not have a total tally of what we need for phase 2. But we know it's going to be a lot less because we have a lot of funding saved on phase 1. So I give all that credit to the task force, to Public Works for stepping in, cutting costs where we could to get this project well under the deliverable price. And I think we managed it pretty well. So that's all I got on the project management side. If you want to play the video, it's a short video. It's short and sweet. And I'll be back up to answer any questions. Thank you, guys.
That was a beautiful video, but very awkward silence.
I love silence. I want an undivided attention.
Councilwoman Sarmiento said that Councilman Perry should have sang for us, but weren't able to convince him to. Awesome. Anything to add, Dan, before we open it up?
Oops. Hopefully you could see what was happening there. So he was kind of going back and forth between August, before they put in the trails, and then January, since the trail's been added. Also, you had a good aerial view of what I was calling the original phase one was the playground equipment, which was done just gosh, a little bit over a year ago. So some significant improvements out there. But I guess so to sum up, this phase, I'm calling it phase two, just because if the playground equipment was phase one. So this phase two overall budgeted was a little bit less than $250,000. Looks like we're coming in under 200. We've got the trails in, some of the gazebos, some of the signage, but we haven't done the irrigation, obviously, or the plantings. The plantings was going to be the next big phase. Okay.
Yes, a few more hardscape items and planting.
Okay. And so the task force is going to bring forth, I guess, their thoughts on what phase three would look like for council's approval, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all want to hear that now? I have Glenn here. He can answer to all the, I'm not good with plants, so he can definitely come up. Mr. Olson, could you just come tell them about the next phase in planting?
Yeah, if we can get that high level, and then what we'll do is when the time's right, we'll actually put an agenda item on there to get more of a granular conversation.
Yes.
But high level, what do you got for us?
Just to cover the planting, what the plants are going to do.
So thank you all for having the foresight to plan this kind of a park for the city. One thing that hasn't been mentioned relative to the greenway aspect is many cities are now seeking to be commissioned as a bird-friendly city, which this project would help qualify that part in the city of Manvel for that. Galveston has requested that and received that. City of Houston's gotten it, and it's a growing interest relative to green space. The next phase three, as we're calling it now, is going to be the installation of the plants, and those plants will be in the different gardens that we have. We have a hummingbird garden, we have a butterfly garden, we have a sunflower field. So all that will get put into place, and then around there'll be plants around the entrance area also. There'll be plants, and all these plants are going to be benefiting birds, butterflies, and pollinators. And they're going to be flowering seasonally, so we'll have color throughout the year there. So that's the whole concept. It's going to be really quite attractive. Around the nook that you saw, the semicircular nook, all that behind that's going to be planted. We're going to have trees that's going to be flowering throughout the year and providing fall colors through foliage. So that's the next plan. And I think Landscape Art has done a great job with the hardscape that they put in, the trail and everything, and they've been very easy to work with. So I think there'll be a good company to continue the project. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the plants or the butterflies. I do want to comment, you may have seen in the video an area that had some gray limbs and logs stashed there. That's on purpose, and that's going to be what we call a brush pile. We'll have a sign there that explains the benefit of the brush pile. We're also having, there's going to be a dead tree there with a signage explaining the value and the benefit of a dead tree. But many species of birds, cardinals, house wrens, and Carolina wrens, just it's amazing how many birds will use these brush piles. And part of the reason they use them is to get out of the heat or to get out of the rain or the cold. But another reason they use it is because many insects go into these brush piles, lay their eggs, and they, of course, the birds go there to eat the insects, which is a main part of most birds' diet. So it will look nice. It won't be unsightly.
Councilwoman Sarmiento.
What can I do to attract more beautiful birds to my backyard?
Oh,
I've tried
great.
everything.
Great question. Well, the most important thing is to put in plants that feed birds. And we can provide you a plant list for that. Some of them are very common, like and most people like the plants to be beautiful too, so that's kind of what we work around is a plant that's great. One of the best plants you can plant, and I know you're going to cringe at this, but is a hackberry. Some people think of that as a trash tree, but there's about, I think, 9 species of butterfly that use the hackberry tree as a host plant, and innumerable species of moths that use it as a host plant. Bees use it for honey, for making honey. All kinds of pollinators, butterflies and other little insects that use the flower for honey. But that's a great one to plant, but also deciduous holly is a good one to plant. Even magnolia trees, which grow well here, are good for birds.
And so with that being said, would that be a good strategy to plant those type of plants there as well to attract more birds and make them more beautiful?
Absolutely. We in fact, if you do have the plant list, if you have the original design plan for Croy Park, and any of those plants that are there would be good for your backyard. Now, one of the things that you need to think about for your backyard is, how you're going to use the space. You may not want to put a big.
About the park, if we,
Oh.
that list that you provided
Yes.
as well to attract beautiful birds like you said.
Absolutely. Yeah, all of them are either going to be beneficial to butterflies, pollinators, or birds. And in many cases, they're going to be beneficial to all three.
And what about bees? Because I know that we have a lack of, there's a big shortage of bees, and bees are on the list of close to being extinct, and that feeds all type of wildlife.
Yeah.
So what could we do to enhance that as well?
Well, we're mostly concerned with our native bees. Now, the honeybee, the European honeybee, is also facing some difficulties due to a type of their immune system has been compromised, and they're more susceptible to viruses and fungus now. But our main problem is our native bees, and so we're putting in a bee garden, and we're going to have some educational signage there. All those plants that's going to be in the bee garden are great for our native bees. Now, the European honeybee will come and use them also. And all those could be used in the backyard. And when we were originally talking about this park, a big component of it was to provide an educational opportunity for people to take this information from the park and incorporate it into their backyards, or businesses are now popularly doing that. We're working with Houston Endowment to re-landscape some of their properties right now to improve the habitat for them. So it's an idea that's on the move and really popular these days.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Well, we'll open it up for questions here in a moment, but we just want to say thank you for your work, for the task force. This has been many, many years in the works, and there's a lot of appreciation and gratitude that needs to go around, not just to people that are in this room, but people that aren't in this room. Mayor Deborah Davison was the one that brought forward the idea of the Croy Park Task Force, and I just want to take a moment to say thank you. This has been a long time coming. I know the Croy family. I hope that you guys are happy with what you see, and we want to continue to make you proud. What I'd like to do is open it up to see if anybody on council has any comments or questions. Councilman Acre?
Well, I'd like to know how you protect your drip system from the freeze.
There's a couple different ways. One is generally the depth of it's going to be underground, so for light freezes that we have, it's not going to be a problem. But if there's going to be a severe freeze, we're going to have shut-off valves out at the entrance of the park and just shut them off and drain them if we have a really hard freeze. So I know, that's true. We may start having them on a regular basis.
Well, I have a few questions, and this might be a little bit more for Wale.
Okay.
When would we expect to see a firm proposal for Phase 2 come before council?
So it's
Or
been in the talks.
Phase 3.
Phase 3,
My
yeah.
apologies.
Yeah, so it's been in the talks already. The reason why they even have to revise it, so we actually have the full proposal. It's roughly over 400,000. We took swings at it, trying to cut what we could, but we just decided on the phase plan. So I can tell you right off the numbers off the top of my head, it was roughly estimated to be $150,000 for Phase 3. But because of, like I said, the savings and also what the resultant is of what we have right now, it might come in a little less, which is really good. And we could possibly utilize all the plants that we already rationed for and just basically overwhelm the area and just plant everything there. They said there isn't an issue with the selection of plants we have, but of course we want to kind of follow the plan. If it's not supposed to be a bouquet of flowers just all at you in one small area, then that's what we're going to go with. So just to answer you right now, the maximum we're looking at is roughly 150,000, I think.
And do you think March, April timeframe?
They really want to continue to roll into this, so they're scrambling. Like they were scrambling today, they're scrambling to get this proposal put together because we don't want them to demobilize and mobilize again because they have a nice charge on that I can't swallow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I know there's two things that I would like to make sure that we take into consideration. One was what we discussed, which was maintenance.
Yes.
Maintenance there afterwards. And I know we can't look to landscape art to do that, but we'll have to figure that out. I would hate to see us invest all of this money and this time and this effort, and then we don't have that plan to follow through.
Yes.
If we're running the race, you run it to win the race, as Paul writes about. And so we want to make sure that we see this all the way through. The other thing that I think is important to keep in mind, something I've learned, is for parks like these that are off the beaten track as well, they're very prone to people coming and stealing the plants. I've heard some horror stories where in a matter of a weekend, a city invested $300,000 in plants. In a weekend, those all came and were stolen. And so I don't know what we have from the standpoint of security monitoring, cameras, those sorts of items to protect against that. But that's one thing that I've learned over the past couple weeks in preparation for this meeting that we might need to take into consideration as well.
That is really good.
To 40 rolls.
Thank you, Mr.
That
Gaspar.
actually happened at my house. Somebody drove up to my house, 3 o'clock, dug up my plants and my neighbors and put them in his car and drove off. And he was going around neighborhoods stealing and reselling plants. So it does happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's definitely a really good topic of discussion. It's almost a segue to a pitch I really want to make, but I don't know if I should. But definitely we're moving forward with improving lighting on the site. That is definitely one movement that we're already going at. Robbie and I have already talked offline about repurposing the game cameras we have at certain lift stations and using those there as well. But no, we definitely need to look at site security. We have security at this site, or so the sign says there, but it probably needs to be improved.
Absolutely. Well, as long as we consider that, I think that's important.
Yeah.
The other thing that I think us as a body that we'll have to consider, 64% of the people that completed our survey last year said that parks was their most important. Mm-hmm. And that was across age demographics. That was regardless if you're retired with no kids living at home or you have young kids like you and I do. Parks was important. And I heard a story recently about the city of Sugar Land. So the city of Sugar Land, their parks director, because they have a beautiful park system. Somebody said, "Man, you guys are a genius for building a park system like this. You guys do such a phenomenal job." And he said, "We're just good at executing. We're just disciplined at executing the plan. The real geniuses were the ones that made these decisions and put these plans in place 30 years ago." And so I think we're getting to the point where we'll have to look at adding an employee, possibly underneath Public Works, that's focused primarily on parks. Because as we start to have our green space filled up, even at a more rapid pace than what we've seen, we're going to lose that vital opportunity to tap into the bayous, to have those trails, to have the bird sanctuary, to make Manvel a place that we all want it to be when it's built out. So I think that's a conversation that we'll have to have at some point and look at what that might entail. But phenomenal job. Look forward to seeing phase 2 on a future agenda. Any other comments or questions from council? Councilwoman Sarmiento.
I love the parks thing. I love birds. I'm obsessed with birds. I love butterflies. I love bees. I'm all about it. I would really love to hear about his pitch or his idea on the lighting. I know we don't have the budget for it, but if you could just give us a teaser so we can start prepping for it and do research, I would love to hear that.
You want me to go? All right. Well, Mr. Johnson was nice to sign a nice piece of literature today that covers our lighting grant. I think we are moving into the final stages and we should be awarded shortly. That was one of the hot spots on our request for additional or improve the lighting. So we want to go to the park and replace all the incandescent lighting with LEDs, the halide lights out there, replace with LEDs. That will give us a nice wider coverage of light. People don't steal from places that are well lit, or that's what science says, right? So we want to make sure we keep that park, our new beautiful park, well lit even during the nighttime. We definitely want to look at improving all the site lighting. So this is more of a retrofit program, so it should cover some of the lighting, but including new, some footings and then putting in lights there, that would be great. That's been an ideal of ours. That's something we talked about for future plans, how to get lighting around the trails. Because, in my neighborhood, believe it or not, I never thought I would live in a neighborhood where people go walk at night, but finally made it, right? So people go walking at night, and that would definitely be a caveat for people to continue to go walking. Everyone should go walking now, not just kids at the park. So I think improving site lighting would definitely be the first step forward in terms of securing the park and then also making it so much more open versus multiple hours throughout the day for people to go to the park. So.
Didn't we talk about a few months ago that there was a grant program for retrofitting lighting, and we discussed the buildings, and I think we mentioned that as well?
Yeah, you guys were the ones who requested the park be added on to that, and it was.
Okay,
Yes.
Perfect. That's music to our ears, but obviously we need to see the numbers, so.
Yes, it was a $50,000 grant. It was basically a 40-10. So the 10 was the local match, and it can be in-kind services. So essentially, we got $40,000 to upgrade lights at Croy, at Public Works. I think even here, at the Annex building next door. And some of those were also converting, if they weren't photocell already, where like the lights in the parking lot next door, they're literally on an old, like a Rainbird timer. So we're going to convert those to photocells where they'll come on at night. So yes, ma'am, that's exactly what this
I love
project
that.
is.
Well, I grew up going to parks at night because, my dad worked till the sun went down doing landscaping, and then we were always at parks in the southwest side of Houston. And without those lights, you really limit the ability for the community to use the park. So yeah, we're talking about protecting the plants and the security, but when I drive by there, I see a lot of people playing soccer now, and there's people utilizing the space, having fun. And I think that if we invested in that one park that Manvel does have, then it opens it up for us to be able to use it more, and even starting, Little League or things like that to really utilize that and create a strong community park. And that starts with the very basics. And I think lighting is one of those very basic essentials that we need, especially if there's money out there for it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wally, that's great to hear. I love seeing that grant policy put to good use. So kudos to you guys on that. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I say another point?
Always. You're always welcome. It's going to cost you a jelly, but you're always welcome.
Crystal,
Yes, sir.
you've got some great ideas. A couple of comments in talking about Glenn and what can be done. It's really important when you plant plants that you don't use any pesticides. Go down to Lowe's and get organic cow manure. It's critical because monarch butterflies, and when you plant, make sure you plant milkweed, because that's a host plant for the monarchs. The monarchs in such severe decline today because of pesticides, okay? It takes 3 generations of monarchs to get to Canada. Think about that. Last year, I had 25 monarchs laid eggs. I have about 50 plants, milkweed plants. I sent off 25. So that's what it's about, doing that. And the other thing is with this park, when it gets going, we're going to have some Brazoria County Gardener Association come down and sell plants. Talk about what we can do. So in your neighborhood, if you can educate your people about no pesticides, plant perennial plants. When you do perennial plants, when the freeze goes down, but they come back up. So anyway, yeah, really. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And maybe something that we could look on as an idea because we have a lot of local experts about what works and doesn't work in Manvel. Maybe there's an opportunity to do a web page where we gather some of their knowledge and we put out some information on our website. If you're looking to attract birds or attract bees or do some of those things in your yard, we can provide some information from our local experts. So might be something to look into there.
I love it.
So if council's okay with it, I'd like to start diving into some of these agenda items. We can start to work through some of those with the time that we have left. Does that work for everyone?
I think so.
All right. So some of the ones that I know are lower hanging fruit that aren't going to be necessarily as much discussion, I want to leave some of these for the regular meeting for those that might want to attend. If council's good with it, I'd like to first cover agenda item number 4, which is the consideration and possible action to appoint Evan Duval as the city's zoning official. And I think we will turn that over to Dan.
Is that item 3, Mayor?
Yep, item 3.
Okay. Yes, actually, Evan is here. So the zoning official is a position identified in our code, and for many, many, many years, that was identified as Jim Sullivan, and then it became Jessica, and then most recently, this council appointed that position to Joe's Abraham. Those 3 people that I just mentioned are no longer with the city. So we need to identify a new zoning official. And we talked about making that the city manager position, but we really feel like there needs to be a little bit of separation there just in case, for appeals processes and whatnot. So Evan has been helping us with, Evan is with BBG. And gosh, how long have you been helping us out?
I think it's been about 5 years.
About 5 years now. So if y'all haven't met Evan, this is Evan. So you want to introduce yourself and kind of tell them what you're all about?
Evan Duvall. Been working in Manvel for a long time, and I really like this place. So have a master's degree in planning. I have an AICP certification, and I love current planning. I love doing this stuff, so I'm glad if you guys accept me as interim zoning administrator, I'd love to do it. If you have any questions, let me know.
And I can tell you, Mayor, so Evan Hardy helps us out with our plan reviews, with our SUP zoning changes, site plans. He and his team already review all of those things as a matter of even when Jessica and Joe's were here, they were helping us through that. BBG now
Safe
Built, sorry. They also provide our inspections, all of our building inspections, not our civil site inspections, but all of the building inspections. So basically anything that goes vertical, they look at those as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We have a cot set up for you in the back, so that way whenever you're up here. And I was sitting in a meeting probably a few weeks ago where Evan actually got confused for Dan Johnson. So that was very, very humorous. Well, thank you for being here, Evan. Council, do you have any comments or questions for Evan? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's funny.
Let's now talk about agenda item number 4. And I believe this is one that we'll be looking at the list here. I'm going to assume we're going to pass this one over to Bobby. Or
Actually, I think Rosie's going to help us out with that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Which one, number 4?
Yep, number 4.
This ordinance, basically what it does is tells us what we need to keep after we issue a bond. All the record keeping, the retention, all the different items that must be kept until the life of the bond, plus so many years after that. So that's all it is. It's just an ordinance for that.
Resolution.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Rosie. Any comments or questions from council about what that is? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to see us move on to agenda item, let's flip here. I believe it's agenda item number 8, which this is in regards to the Mud 42 plants, and I have it listed here as Bobby for this one. Bobby.
Well, this is an easy one. We've had an interlocal development agreement involving Mud 42. It's contemplated for a long time that once they built the water and wastewater plants, we would take them over. So we are now ready to officially take them over. I think we've already been involved in running them to some extent already. We've had to have the paperwork catch up to us. We've got the deeds and the utility conveyance agreements and related easements ready to go. We did do some title work because there were a lot of encumbrances on that property. Wanted to make sure there was no hidden pipeline easements or drilling and oil well type things on it. So we got the all clear on that. So we're good to go to officially accept all that.
Awesome. Any comments or questions from council about that? So I do have questions regarding capacity. Can you, Dan, or maybe this is a question for Robbie or Ray, what capacity is currently there? What does MUD 42 have reserved? Because I know there's opportunities for development south of 6 that now that the city owns the plants, there might be some openings there. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure, Mayor. So the agreement basically identifies that MUD 42 will enjoy all of the capacity, specifically in the wastewater plant, for their development. Obviously, if they're going to hand us the keys, they want to make sure that they can do everything that they need to do within MUD 42. MUD 42 is still kind of potentially expanding, maybe even to the south side of Highway 6. With water's a little bit different since it's already interconnected into our other 2 water plants. So it would be a little difficult to follow that water droplet, which plant it came from. So wastewater is really the bigger one. And so the agreement basically says that all the capacity that they're building right now is theirs. We are welcome to add to that. For instance, if, the MEDC project that came before you not too long ago, or came before MEDC, to help the developer on the south side extend water and wastewater, and that was, part of the cause for pause. It can be done. There's practical capacity, but there's not paper capacity. And so what I mean is, if you're keeping an inventory of where all of that wastewater goes, you would have to make sure that you're reserving everything that's there right now for MUD 42. Does that help, Mayor?
That does. So everything that's currently there is reserved for MUD 42.
Correct.
As MUD 42 builds out, they're going to pay for any additional capacity that they need.
Correct.
And then if there's anything that's going to serve outside of MUD 42, because now it's a city plant,
right,
the city and/or that person would be responsible for securing the necessary capacity, which could be from the city or a negotiation between them and MUD 42
Precisely.
to utilize some of what they reserved.
That's exactly right. Yes, sir.
That makes sense. That's all that I had for questions. Anyone else on council? Okay.
Mayor, a suggestion might be, even though it's in the consent agenda, item number 8, if you wanted to talk, or excuse me, number 7, if you wanted to talk about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead.
So it's in the consent because it's just actually accepting the deed for the elevated storage tank site in MUD 43. So that's one that we've talked about a little bit over the years, and had a great progress. Actually, on Friday, MUD 43 deeded that site over to the city once and for all, so that now we can officially go to construction and everything with the elevated storage tank site. So haven't forgot about the subcommittee that we want to do as far as what is the tower going to look like. So now we'll be able to get on that part of the project in earnest. And I think Wally is trying to get a pre-construction meeting. I don't know if it's scheduled for this Thursday or next Tuesday? Okay, good deal. So we're ready to get, that's about a year-long project as well. So anyway, I just want to let you know that was finally official, and it's, Tammy reminded me that we normally just accept those and put them in the consent agenda, but that one's pretty exciting, so I did want to pull that one out just for a second.
No, I appreciate that, Dan. And for those that aren't familiar, this is a 2-acre site that is just north of Del Bello Lakes, right next to 288. So you'll finally know once you're in Manvel, you'll see something up there.
Yes, 1 million gallons of water stored up there for us. So
Awesome.
It's going to be very exciting.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Dan. I'd like to, while we'll still make use of the time here to get through some items, agenda item number 5, which I believe is an item that we've assigned to Tammy to introduce.
So this one's an exciting one. This one is ordering our election. We have 2 places up, council member place 1 and council member place 2. Election day is May the 4th. The final day for anyone to run is going to be Friday the 16th at 5 p.m. And this approves the ordinance calling the election and the joint contract with Brazoria County to run the election. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Tammy. Any comments or questions from council? Oh, okay. Thank you, Tammy. And then if we can speak to, we'll make the last use of the time here, and then we'll give everybody a little break, is agenda item number 6. I know that's an item that is tied to 7, but I want to leave number 7 for the regular meeting. But Rosie, I think this is an item we have assigned to you, so can you tell us what this item is?
This is basically asking for a budget transfer, transferring $300,000 into the police station construction project from the Public Works construction project. That would make whole the amount that we need to complete the building for the police department.
Awesome. And I think what will happen is we'll get into a little bit more of those specifics during agenda item number 7 about the bids that came in, what those bids ended up as, and why this item number 6 is a little bit more needed, the logistics behind that. So any comments or questions from council regarding agenda item number 6? No? Okay. So Dan, are there any other items that you and staff would like to cover during the workshop here?
Well, if I can, just back on item 6, just real briefly. So I mean, we're talking about a $21 million facility. And the fact that we had right at 21 million in the budget for that, and we only have to transfer $300,000 is pretty amazing whenever you look at the percentage. And, whenever y'all know how long the CO process takes, and these were 2023 COs. So the fact that it's that close. If you recall, we had some numbers from Core that was going to be our CMAR contractor, and it was considerably more expensive than that. Was it $6 million more than that, I believe? So it turned out to be a blessing that project didn't happen, because we got it with our. And we'll talk about Flintco a little bit here in a little bit, but they were actually our second choice whenever we did the selection committee in the first place. So they're already a known commodity. We're excited about going with them and still saving money. I mean, it's a win-win.
So the way to look at it is this essentially is saving the city $6 million, having to find $6 million, or potentially forego other projects.
Yes, sir.
In lieu of doing
Exactly
this.
right.
That's great. Appreciate that clarification, Dan. Excited to talk about that item and hear from you, Chief, about that, and Wally. All right, Council, what we will do here is it is 5:50. If you guys are good with it, we will close this workshop at 5:50 p.m. We'll take a 10-minute break and be back here at 6 for the regular meeting. All right, thanks, everyone.
It looks like we're going to be listening to them for an hour.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the official City Council regular meeting on February 5th at 6:01 p.m. We have 6 of 7 members present. Councilman. You're good, you're good. We've all been there. We've all been there. Councilman Harry Oplager is not able to be in attendance tonight. So first, we would like to start with the invocation. We had a few pastors lined up, but they had to rain check tonight. So I actually asked Councilwoman Sarmiento to lead us in prayer. Councilwoman?
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I got to be honest. I feel bubble guts in my tummy right now because I'm so excited to say the prayer and the invocation. But if you pray, I would love for you to join me in prayer. And if you don't, then pray to whatever you pray with. But please join us. Thank you. Father God, I just want to come before your throne of grace and just give you first all the glory and all the honor for all the amazing things that you are doing here in this place. Lord, I give you all the praise, Father God, for every single person that has made it here tonight, every representative that is here, and their families, although they're here in spirit, they're at home, but we pray for them as well. Lord, I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity for us to serve. Servant leadership, Father God, should be why we do what we do. And I just want to pray right now that everybody that is here today, Father God, that you would just remind us in our heart of hearts of why we are here, and that is to servant lead. To look at you, Jesus Christ, as the ultimate example. Father God, I just pray that you would cover every person here, their home, their families, their finances. Cover those that are in charge of our budgets, that you would give us wisdom. Wisdom, Father God, to do the right thing so that we can make the best decisions for our cities and for our city and for our citizens. Father God, I pray for the power of peace. Your word says that we should pursue peace and fight for it. And I pray that any spirit of division that wants to come against a city, Father God, that you would cancel it and call it null and void. Lord, I pray that you shut the mouths of lions and that any negative things that come against anyone that is here to serve you wholly from a great place of intention, Lord, we also call it void. Lord, I pray the power of peace, understanding, and unity over everyone here. And I pray for those that you have called to lead the city today, tomorrow, and in the future. That we remember that the decisions that we make here, we do not make lightly, but we seek to please you and honor you, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. In Jesus' mighty, holy, powerful name, amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilwoman. We now have the inspirational reading, which is going to be given to us by Councilmember Lands.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my little reading is very short, like it was last time, and is very similar to the one I had last time. This actually came from Dan Johnson's desk. And when I first read this, sitting in his office one day, it really struck home to me. I'd just like to read it to you guys. It's very short, but it's, don't tell God how big your storm is. Tell the storm how big your God is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. If you guys will please stand and join me in saying the pledges. Thank you, everyone. We now have a proclamation to read tonight for Black History Month, which is February 2024. And I asked one of our two councilmen, our Mayor Pro Tem Jerome Hudson and our Councilman Ed Perry, if they would be willing to give us the honor of reading it. And our elder statesman, Mayor Pro Tem Hudson, deferred to Councilman Perry. And so, Councilman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Whereas the Black community has abundant cultural diversity that contributes to the vibrancy and prosperity of Manvel, Black history is integral to the history of Texas, deeply shaping and impacting the direction of our state. And whereas Black History Month was created by Dr. Carter G. Woodson in 1926 to highlight the contributions made to the history of our country that for years had been omitted, and whereas the Black awakening of the 1960s dramatically expanded the consciousness of African Americans about the importance of Black history, and the Civil Rights Movement focused on Americans of all racial and ethnic backgrounds on the subject of the contributions of African Americans to our history and culture. Whereas President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And in 1986, Congress passed National Black History Month into law with the goal of bringing awareness to the Black struggle for freedom. And whereas African Americans have made innumerable contributions to Texas economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development, the month of February encourages us to reflect on the future of the state and celebrate the many African Americans who have made contributions in the areas of medicine, law, education, politics, business, the arts, and more. And whereas the Black History Month 2024 theme, African Americans and the Arts, explores the key influence African Americans have had in the fields of visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, language, film, music, architecture, culinary, and other forms of cultural expression. Now, therefore, our mayor, Dan Davis, by virtue of the authority vested in him as mayor of the city of Manvel, Texas, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month in the city of Manvel, Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Perry. We will now move on to the public comments section. We have a lot of people that are signed up to speak, so for those who haven't spoken before, would like to just inform you of how this works. So what I will do is I will call your name. You'll be able to approach the podium, and when you're at the podium, we'd like for you to state your name and address, and then at that point, you have 3 minutes to address the body on whatever topic you so choose. And so then at the end of 3 minutes, we'll ask that you please join back in the audience, and we'll move on to the next person. Appreciate all of you being here and for your patience as we go through these items. So the first person that we have signed up to speak is Cynthia Cortines. Thank you for being here, Cynthia. If you can just state your name and address for the record, that would be great.
My name's Cynthia Cortines. I live at 7204 Carpenter Road here in Manvel. And I'm here today to speak in opposition of number 2 on the agenda. I'd like to start by saying that I'm a Christian and I believe that God commissions us for certain things. And we're supposed to be the keeper of his animals. In Genesis 1:26, then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image and our likeness so that they may rule over the fish in the sea, the birds in the air, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." Again, in Proverbs 12:10, he says, "The righteous care for the needs of their animals, but the kindest act of the wicked are cruel." So the reason I'm here, and I'm really nervous, but I'm speaking, like I said, in opposition of that. The past 18 months, I have been down to PD several times and showed an interest to help animal control. Some of the experiences that I've had with animal control have not been positive. Approximately 18 months ago, I called them to pick up a stray dog. They did. The officer came, took it, was supposed to take it to the shelter. Well, I also volunteer at the shelter, and I saw a post that came through that said, "We found this little girl wandering in the Alvin Park that afternoon. Please help us find the family." Well, an investigation was done, and the officer had dumped the dog in the park. So fast forward to 4 weeks ago, I got contacted by Animal Control, the new Animal Control, Sherman, and asked if I could come and speak with him at the PD. So I did, and he showed me a plan for a community foster program and asked if I would be willing to commit to being a liaison between the community and Animal Control. I was so excited about this because finally something was going to happen in a positive direction for Animal Control. I've been rescuing animals in Manvel for 16 years as I've lived here, and I've taken them in, got them vetted, found homes for them. Then I started reaching out to rescues and working with them. So when I saw this agenda item on Friday night, it was totally opposite of what I expected. And I thought it was going to be something about, starting a community program, because that's the best way to help at this time. I have several, so for Manvel to take this direction, I really feel like it is a lack of care from the people who are leading us. And I just want to help Animal Control in Manvel to be the best that it can be and do all I can do to help. And I feel like I'm called by God to do that. So I want to do that. I have some things I've gotten to know Sherman really well in the last few months, and I would like to give y'all something to read if that's okay. Okay.
And y'all can make more copies if this is what I have. I'd love to talk to someone, Cynthia, and see if I can collaborate with some organizations that are involved. Yes, thank you.
Well, if you want to just give one to Tammy so that we have it as part of the record. And
Thank you so much.
thank you, Miss Cindy. I appreciate your comments tonight. Next, we have Miss Julie Bradley. Julie, if you could just state your name and address for us, and then you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
My name is Julie Bradley. I live at 8102 Scott Avenue. I've lived in Manvel for over 18 years, and all my life I've grown up all over the place. I'm a native Texan, but I've made this my home. I've always moved within 4 years, guaranteed with my dad or my job, but this is home. And I heard from Cynthia that she was working with Animal Control or in the city about taking care of our animals. And I got excited because she's motivated, and I think there's a lot of great plans out there. One of the first things I want to say here is also what animal control, if you look up the definition of animal control, is a government entity that takes custody of stray domestic animals and facilitates their return to or placement in a home environment, defends animals from abuse and neglect, and protects the public from aggressive or dangerous animals. Okay, so that's what the general public is going to think of animal control. And what I hear is that, you want to use, or there's an opportunity to use Houston Humane instead of using Alvin or other avenues. The best way is to listen to the rescue groups throughout the state. I work with animal cat rescue, I work with an equine rescue, and I've done even fostering kids, okay? So I know a little bit about the systems, and you have to work hard, and it's not easy. But the fact is, that's an easy way out as far as to me. And it's basically a certain death for an animal. And for someone who's motivated to take care of things and to love what we have and nurture what cares for us, that is the wrong way to do it. And if you want to impress the city of Manvel and stay with the people that love here and live here, that is the way not to go, is to go with Houston Humane. Okay, because we got to look for the benefit of the animals.
and the benefit of the people that care for those animals. They mean a lot to people. So if you don't want to mislead the people, we need to take a lot of time, work at it, and develop programs to help. I'm willing to do what I can to help out, but that means also that the city and everyone involved needs to be also motivated to help, not just take an easy way out. And we need to invest our time into everything. Okay, so it comes from the bottom of my heart, still covered with sawdust from working all day. But the thing of it is please take a moment, don't take the easy way out. There's got to be a good way to do it. It's not going to be easy. It never is the right way. But you know what? Do it. Okay? Because then we're going to look back at city and go, we're doing the right thing here in Manvel. And that's what I stand for. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Julie. Appreciate those comments. Next, we have Derek Hain. Derek, if you can come forward, state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here.
Evening, I'm Derek Hain, 37 Terabella, and I want to talk about this Houston Humane Society. The Houston Humane Society, contrary to their name, is a kill shelter. They're a private organization and therefore not bound to open records laws, and they refuse to publish their intake and kill data. Investigations, however, have shown that its kill rate is anywhere from 50 to 90% for dogs and higher for cats. They say that they don't euthanize for space, but they're already full. So where are they going to put these new animals that you're planning to bring to them? You see, they'll euthanize, you'll see they claim that they won't euthanize for space, but they will euthanize according to their public front and per your contract that they'll euthanize for aggression or illness. And once you turn them over, per the contract, you no longer have rights to them and they get to make the decisions on the welfare of that animal. So let me share some things with you. This is Leo. This is a Dutch Shepherd who was delivered to us 9 years ago off a kill list from the shelter. He was misdiagnosed with parvo and was going to be euthanized. He has now been my best furry friend for over a decade. This is Andre. This is our 12-year-old boxer bulldog mix. If he were to ever get loose because he resembles a pit bull mix, which he is not, he'd be euthanized per HHS standards. This is Izzy. This is our 9-year-old terrier mix. She was brought to us because she got into a fight when an irresponsible owner tried to feed her and another dog out of the same bowl. By HHS standards, she would have been considered aggressive and euthanized. This is Yeti. This is a 100-pound Great Pyr that we rescued off of 288 nearly 10 years ago. He's now herding cattle on a farm in the Dallas area. Because of his size and the fact that he was heartworm positive, he would have been euthanized by HHS. So Councilman Lands, you remember the dogs that we helped rescue, helped your wife rescue rather, out there by Eddie's Ballroom? Those 2 dogs would have also been euthanized because they would have been considered aggressive because they fought us, or fought their capture. And finally, this is Mr. Man. He's a foster in our home right now that we rescued from our own neighborhood. He's within a couple of weeks of being ready for adoption. Per HHS standards, he would have been euthanized 3 times over. Once because he had wounds when he was found, a possible sign of aggression. Once because he had heartworms, and immediately just because of his breed, because HHS euthanizes any animal that resembles a pit bull. You need to build a facility so the taxpayers can control the welfare of these animals so that our citizens get to make the decisions. Pushing our problem off on someone else to wash your hands of it is not a reasonable solution. You have resources here. You're hearing people talk tonight that are offering resources. We have the resources to do this until you can get this facility built. So please say no to this deal and take advantage of these people that are here trying to help. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Next, we have Lorraine Hain. Lorraine, if you want to come forward and state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Lorraine Hain, 37 Terabella Drive. You all know me from various areas in the community, and if you don't mind, Mayor Davis, could you read my comment, please? I know you have it in front of you because I sent it via email. If you could read that first, and I'll take that into my 3 minutes.
Okay, absolutely. I would like to speak directly to agenda item number 2 and my thoughts on this agreement. It is a very inhumane way to deal with animal control. Whatever spin or narrative you want to put as elected officials, I want to be clear. You're using taxpayer money to take all animals picked up to a kill shelter. This agreement allows for citizens to call Manvel PD to pick up a stray animal, to drive it to a kill shelter to be turned over like property. You are putting an agreement in place that takes power from a government-owned facility, City of Alvin Shelter, and puts our strays, lost pets, and unfortunate animals in the hands of a privately owned kill shelter that has no oversight on what happens to them after they are dropped off. This is not a solution. This is not the best of humanity. This is not leadership. I ask all council to vote to reject this agreement. Vote no. Have more discussion with experts in the room. Vote no.
Thank you. I was a little overwhelmed that my husband has decided to put all of our animals out in display. And that isn't all of them. We've done this for years, did it for many, many years, probably almost 15, 16 years before I was in any of these arenas. And although this seems like a good idea for a minute, you have to understand that these people and these dogs, these animals, these cats, they didn't get there on purpose. You're bringing in right now more and more irresponsible pet owners by the week, by the month, and they're all going to do this. And I do understand that, and we all understand that building a facility tomorrow is not, we don't have the money. We're planning. That's what y'all's job is to do. You're going to plan for the future. But between now and then, the answer cannot be that the public know that $75 per animal, anytime you call Manvel PD, it's possible that for $75 an animal, they're just going to, 2 o'clock in the morning, drop it off somewhere never to be heard again. Goodness if you're on vacation and your dog gets out. Goodness if your cat actually gets out. And you were not there to answer that call. And then what's going to happen? They have no authority, and a memorandum that you have right now in front of you is nothing. It is nothing but a piece of paper. These taxpayers know now that for $75 an animal, we are washing our hands of it. That is not right for any animal. And definitely, again, I reiterate what my husband said. We cannot be known as a city that uses a kill shelter to solve our problem until we get there. So I do ask that you table it. I do ask that you reject it. I ask that you discuss it with people and experts. Let it go to the public. You'll see that people are willing to help, but nobody asked us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for being here. It's good to see you. We will now move on. We have a written comment, but if this person's here and would like to speak, Elizabeth LaPrairie. Okay, so I will read off this comment then for the record. Elizabeth LaPrairie lives at 40 Terabella Drive. The comment here is transfer agreement with Houston Humane Society. I cannot support the transfer of animals to a kill shelter. The animals and the citizens of Manvel deserve better than this. We need a plan that is life-affirming and compassionate. Sending animals to a kill shelter cannot be the bar. We can do better than this, so do better than this. And thank you, Ms. Elizabeth, for your comments. We next have another submitted comment, but I'll see if this person is here. Lauren Quinn, would you like to come up and speak, or would you like for me? You want me to read yours? All right, I got you. So Lauren Quinn wrote, I am asking that City Council please table the agenda item number 2 for the contract with HHS. I believe there's another solution that the entire community can be involved in. These animals do not have a voice, but they don't deserve to be euthanized at the hands of the Houston Humane Society using our tax dollars. Thank you for your comments, Lauren. We next have Christina Stevenson. Christina, thank you for being here. If you could just state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Christine Stevenson, and I live at 41 Rodeo Drive in Rodeo Palms. And I've been volunteering with rescue groups for a few years now. And I should be Volunteer of the Year because I wrote down the list of volunteer organizations for my son one day, and there were 19. So I'm just a volunteer all the time for everything. And I'll be 70 this year, and so I'm trying to stop, okay? But the one thing in my neighborhood anyway is we have a lot of dogs that are dumped. I don't know what we can do about that, but I know not sending them to the Humane Society is the solution. And like Lorraine, Derek, and Cindy, I mean, there's a lot of us that love animals, and in the neighborhood too, that always want to rescue. And I've been out there in the cold for 4 hours with a dog that was dumped, had mange. I did call Manvel PD. They did show up after 4 hours, but then they said they couldn't take it. And they said, and I couldn't take it because my dogs don't like other dogs. So it was just last year. It might have been last year. I'm not sure. But I I gave it a crate. I gave it my favorite thermal blanket. I wanted to take care of this dog. I fed it. I gave it water, but I could not bring it home because they said they couldn't take it. I didn't know what to do with it. So they even called Alvin, and I know we already have a solution with Alvin, but I know the Humane Society, me as a citizen, just flatly reject it. I think it's a bad idea. I don't know who came up with it, but it's a bad idea. So, and it's kind of embarrassing because we want Manvel to grow. And according to us, according to you guys, it's going to grow to be 130,000 people. It's embarrassing. We don't want to tell them what this policy is or if we're going to implement this. Don't let it out because it's just bad for Manvel. And that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Christine. Appreciate that. And my apologies for calling you Christina at the beginning. I misread that. Thank you for being here. Next, we have Rebecca Quinn. Rebecca, if you could come forward, just state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. I am Rebecca Quinn, 6823 Travis. And first of all, I want to say thank you for the job that you're coming in here and doing every day. It's really appreciated by the citizens. And I would respectfully like you to table item number 2. Sorry, a little nervous. In our community, there are so many families, clearly, just the ones behind me and the ones that I know personally, who just have a servant's heart. And that we help animals. That's all we like to do. We love it. We teach our children that's what you're supposed to do. So if you could table item number 2 and just let your community step in and help out. There's more families willing to help, and just let us have that conversation instead of immediately saying no. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lauren. And you have no room to be nervous. You stand in front of a room of first graders every day and whip them into shape. So appreciate all that you do for the students as well. We have the last public comment that's been submitted. Adrian Gaspar. Adrian, if you can come forward and state your name and address. And you have 3 minutes, and we're going to hold you to that, okay?
Okay. Adrian Gaspar. I live at 8317 Cook Road. I lived in Manvel for over 20 years. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, walked his dog out and got attacked by a wild dog. He spent over $12 million on doing different studies with the environment and stuff like that. That's taxpayers' money. Governor Abbott walked out with his dog, and his dog got attacked by a wild dog. He took his gun out and put it out of his misery. That's the way I want you guys to operate. Save the taxpayers' money. All these people, I got dogs. We love our dogs. But you got people that are irresponsible with their animals. If the PD keeps them for 3 days, hey, and they don't come pick it up. Somebody mentioned that they're out on vacation. Well, what did they leave their dog if they're out on vacation? The same people that had the contract with Alvin killed them too. The same thing like ASPCA is going to do. As far as I'm concerned, so what? But you see, the people that start this stuff, they already blocked me from making comments on their site that they brought up. And those are the people that try to keep their place right in here. They wanted to be mayor and they wanted to be council, and they lost the election, so their butt hurt. And now what they're trying to do is smear you guys, not to do what you want to do to save taxpayers' money. If it's cheaper with the SPCA, if it's only $50 or $70, and you gave Alvin $100, go with whoever is cheaper. I don't care. I'd rather a dog be put out of its misery in a humane way than being out there on the street getting run over by a truck, or even worse, injured, and then he's going to die of hunger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaspar. Tammy, do we have any more submitted public comments? No? We'll do something a little bit out of the norm because I know that we have a lot of people that are here. Some came in right on time. If you did not have a chance to submit a paper for a public comment and you would wish to speak during the public comment section, now is your time. Okay, seeing none, we will now move forward with the city manager update. Dan, we will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First off, we'd like to update you on a few staffing changes that we've made, and if I could ask our folks to start kind of making their way up. Some really exciting changes have been made. I guess, Robbie, if we can start with you, and Ernie, if you want to talk about our change there.
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor. On January 15th, we promoted Ernie Means to Operations Superintendent. He was formerly our Chief Plant Operator. All right, Ernie.
All right, good evening, Mayor Davis, council members, staff. My name is Ernie Means. I'm the new Operations Superintendent. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Appreciate the confidence that everyone has shown in me. Robbie, Ray, Dan. My job is just to keep building on a great foundation that people have already started. I'm a lifelong resident of the area. I'm married to my wife, Stephanie. We've been together for 21 years. Joined Manvel in 2021 as the operator. We had one water plant, one wastewater plant at that time. Now we operate 3 water plants, 2 wastewater plants. We've done a lot, still got a lot to do. And that's about it. That's all I got. Thanks.
If I can, I don't know if anybody else calls him this, but I call Ernie Eagle Eye because he can spot a leak anywhere in the city and he jumps on it, which not all the rest of Public Works appreciates that whenever he finds a leak, but he's very big part of our team. So thank you, Ernie. Yes, thank you. And next, if we can come over to Chief. You ready, Chief?
Well, I promise my people that they don't have to talk. So if you have any questions of them, you can ask the questions, but they looked at me when Ernie got up there shaking their head no. So I'm not going to force them a bit, but I will introduce them to you. I have several members of I guess I could say my staff, because they are, since December, right? As we know, back 1st of January, Joe Murray tendered his resignation. His last day was first week of January. With that, we have 2 members of our fire marshal's office. At the time was the assistant fire marshal was Shauna Bello, and the deputy fire marshal was J.D. Fontenot. After having discussions with them, speaking with both of them, we have made the decision that we have promoted Shauna Bello to the fire marshal's position effective January 29th of 2024. She's come to us with several years of experience as a deputy, and you might have to correct me on this if I mess up. Several years of experience as a deputy fire marshal with the Texas City, and our last recent was the fire marshal for the city of Dickinson. She has many years in the fire marshals and the fire service as a firefighter, EMT, assistant fire marshal, deputy fire marshal, instructor with TEEX, and a whole list of things that I have completely forgot about. So she's been a great asset to our team so far. And they're probably tired of hearing me say this, but over the past month and a half, 2 months, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with both of them and their perspective and their ideas and the culture that they bring to the city. Next, I want to introduce, stay up there, J.D. Fontenot. He was promoted to the assistant fire marshal on the same day. We had a mass promotion. And I don't know a lot of J.D.'s background, but I do know he comes from the Pasadena Fire Marshal's office. He has a lot of knowledge in the fire marshal world, in the fire world. He does a lot of the plan reviews for the city. Right now, he's been doing lots of inspections, getting some inspections lined out and things that need to be taken care of. But the collaborative effort between them two have been exceptional in the short time that I've been able to work with them, and I'm actually proud to be part of their team.
So you didn't know a lot about my background. I'm a 30-year Navy vet.
I did not know that. 30-year Navy veteran. Okay. Another gentleman we have actually started work with us, get my notes back, in 2022, is Daniel Franklin. He was hired as our code enforcement officer, and in December 4th, he was promoted to the lead code enforcement officer position. Daniel is a retired code enforcement officer with 20-plus years of experience from the city of Houston. He has brought a lot of knowledge to the city when it comes to the code enforcement side. He also has worked and has obtained his food manager's certification, right? So he actually works as one of our health inspectors as well. You can come up there too. Next, we have a young lady that started with us on January the 8th, Catherine Gray. Catherine has several years of code enforcement. She comes to us from the city of Friendswood. And again, she has a long list. I couldn't remember where you started from. Was it Illinois or Indiana?
Ohio.
Chad has her personnel file, and I didn't have time to get it, so she has a lot of work in Ohio. She is very knowledgeable in the code enforcement world. She was with Friendswood for 9 years, 12 years, 15 years. I am screwing this all up. But again, those two, Daniel and Catherine, work very well together, and they're an exceptional team with our code enforcement. She also works with us in our health inspection side, and can I say it?
If you don't, I'm going to, yes.
She is also a floodplain manager, and in the very near future, like probably this week, is going to be assigned to our floodplain management team. So, surprise. The next gentleman that I would like to introduce, a lot of us, we've talked about him for several months now, John Sherman. You can get up here too. John Sherman is our animal control officer. He has come to us from the Missouri County Sheriff's Office, and I'm just going to say with several years of experience because I don't remember how many. There you go. Very knowledgeable in the world of animal control. Has done an exceptional job for us thus far, given what we threw him into, I should say. He should have his new truck rigged up and ready to go completely tomorrow morning. We had to have some extra equipment put on it to help him lift big dogs into the truck. So he's done an exceptional job for us, and we foresee many more years of him to come. That's all I got.
Thank you all so much. So as Chief mentioned, just within less than 2 months, we put Chief in charge of animal control and code enforcement and the police and the fire. And so there's no grass growing under his feet as a director of public safety. So thank you, Chief, for getting on to all those positions and getting them filled with the right people. So we're very, very blessed right now. And all things PD. Speaking of which, the next item we wanted to talk about was the traffic study going on at Croy Road, also known as County Road 58, and Rodeo Palms. Chief just has a quick little update on that project, just to let you know that we're working on it.
After the last council meeting, we had that discussion about the three-way stops, and we decided we're just going to pull that off, and we're going to discuss it in a different route. We actually met with a gentleman by the name of Tony Voigt. He has a company, Voigt Associates, who does traffic engineering, traffic studies. And we have, on the 24th of January, we actually entered into an agreement with him to do a traffic study of County Road 58 and Rodeo Drive. Last week, he had the equipment out. They were going to run it for about a week, and then he was going to analyze the data. We don't have an exact time when we're going to get that data, but he looked at different variables when it comes to that roadway. So hopefully, in the next few months, I would say, I don't want to put an exact date on it. Don't be held to a date. We're going to have that data, and we're going to be able to make a decision based off his recommendations for that intersection. He will come up when he completes his analysis of the data, and he will do a presentation to council based off of what they have found and a recommendation for that intersection for us to make a decision on the direction we want to go with it.
Thanks, Chief. The third thing I wanted to update you, Mayor and Council, was you just actually got this budget calendar today. I emailed it to you a little bit earlier this afternoon, and I want to thank Rosie and Brooke. Rosie for the nuts and bolts of it, and Brooke for making it look awesome. So, oh gosh, everybody's leaving now. I said budget and everybody left. Anyway, so Mayor, again, this is in your email. We would like to go ahead and post this up on our website here pretty soon, but I wanted y'all to have the first chance to look at it and see if you wanted to update anything or if there was anything unclear. But very appreciative of putting that sort of at a glance. One page. What is the process? There's a lot more to the budget, as we all know, but this way we're thinking about it over the course of the year instead of the 2-month window or something that we did last year. So, wanted to let you know about that. Also, the wastewater seasonal average billing, Rosie's team is working on rolling that out. I believe we have to do an ordinance update, and we're trying to get that. Is it the next agenda, Rosie? Okay. Go ahead.
We're looking at it to see if we need to do an ordinance, because we don't really, on our ordinance, we don't say how we calculate the water bill. We just say the rates. Other cities do have how they calculate the rate, so we're going to have to either modify completely our ordinance, or we're going to have to just not include the calculation in it. But we're already gathering the numbers. The averaging will be on November, December, and January's bill averaged for future billing. Anyone who's come in new will actually use actual for that first year until they've come and done the November, December, January averaging.
Council, just to remind you, so the idea is that your wastewater is based upon a percentage of your water. So as the summertime comes, for those that are on city water, and you're watering more, well then your wastewater increases as well. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but your bill shows that it does, right? Because if you're paying more for your water to irrigate your yard, then your wastewater is going to go up as well. So the idea of averaging came about in the fall. Some folks were seeing some high bills, from the drought that we had last year. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that we're still working on that. And then the final thing actually was Tammy was going to talk about the Easter event that we have coming up.
So on March 23rd, we have the extravaganza. It'll be at the corner of 1128 and Lewis Lane, right there in the green space of the school property. It'll be from 11 to 2. We have so far a petting zoo, pony rides, bounce houses, bounce obstacle courses, a toddler zone, a bubble zone, food trucks, face painting, tattoos. HEB has contributed the candy for over 5,000 eggs. They've donated the eggs and the candy, as well as the lunches for the volunteers that'll be helping that day. And then Waste Connections has contributed $3,500 towards all the activities for that day as well. So big shout out to those two entities.
Mayor, that's all we had. Sorry, I took a little bit longer on the city manager update, but I really appreciate y'all letting us highlight some of our staffing additions, especially.
No, that's awesome. Thank you, Dan, and congratulations to all those of you who received promotions and that have hired on. We're happy to have you. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Any comments or questions about the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to confirm the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. We now have no items removed from the consent agenda, and so we will move on to the regular agenda. Council, if you're okay with it, I'd like to move up agenda item number 8 and consider that one first. We actually have Jo Beth, who is here. She is a representative for Weitzman, who is overseeing the Manvel Town Center. She has her daughter with her, so I don't want to keep her for too long. So Jo Beth, if you could come forward. We did discuss this item during our workshop as well, but I want to give you an opportunity to address it. So let me just read the item first here, and then the floor will be yours. So we have consideration and possible action on the acceptance of a special warranty deeds from Brazoria County Municipal District Number 42, transferring the water and wastewater plants to the City of Manvel, approving utility convenience and security agreements and related easement assignments, authorizing the mayor to execute all documents needed for this transfer. Welcome.
Thank you. We're excited to hand over a wastewater and water plant officially to the city tonight. It's been a long road, and we're glad it's done and up and working and serving the project. And, it's kind of amazing to finally be here this day, but, we're glad to be where we are and excited to keep going on the development, keep bringing some more great retailers to Manvel. So thank you for all your cooperation and, all the hard work over many years that we've all done together.
Well, question for you, JoBeth. Can you share with us, if you're able to, some of the businesses that are coming that will be served by these two plants?
Sure. We are in negotiation with over a dozen tenants right now that we can't necessarily announce yet, but you see the small buildings that are now vertical. That's going to be a great amenity to anybody that lives nearby. That's where you're going to get your Jersey Mike's and your Chipotle and your Five Guys and all of the great options to pick up lunch, pick up dinner, or stop in. We also have some good service, some great clips and optometrist and a dentist, so things like that. So it's a good blend of different users that are typical, we call them daily needs. They're near grocery stores. They like the traffic that a grocery store brings, and we've been very fortunate and lots of activity on the shopping center, lots of leasing interest. So we have right now as much activity as we are just busy all day, every day, working on different tenant, issues as far as trying to get through leases and get people solidified to go into the centers.
Awesome. Thank you, JoBeth. Do I have any comments or questions from council for either JoBeth or for staff? No? Okay. Thank you, JoBeth.
All right,
Appreciate you
thank
being
you.
here. All right. Do I have a motion for this item?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilman Perry. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Finally got that off your plate.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you for bringing your daughter as well. I hope she's enjoying her time.
So cute. Know about the ticker. She's very impressed by it.
Very impressed by the ticker. Well, that's all Brooke. That's all Brooke. All right, we will now move back up to the beginning of the regular agenda with agenda item number 1. This is consideration and possible action to approve the contract for planning services, comprehensive plan, thoroughfare plan, update, and strategic plan between, how do you say that first name?
Kendick Keast
Collaborative and the City of Manvel, and authorize the city manager to execute said contract. And I will turn this one over to Brooke.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This one might be a little bit familiar to you. We've brought it up a couple of times as it's gone through the process. This item relates to the development of the strategic plan and updates to the city's comprehensive and master thoroughfare plans. Funding for this project was included in this year's budget at a total cost of $250,000. As a bit of a refresher, the bidding process ran from August 7th through September 5th of 2023. After an intensive evaluation process, Kendick Keast Collaborative, KKC, was selected for the project and brought to council for review. At the September 18th, 2023 City Council meeting, City Council directed staff to begin contract negotiations, and staff held a project scope meeting in December and was provided a scope of services draft at the end of the month. Since then, staff has approved the scope of services and finalized contract negotiations. This project is going to run 12 months, and again, it's 3 different plans, but we wanted to, they kind of all feed into each other, so we wanted to see if we can combine them and involve the community in providing its valuable insights in how they want their city development. So the first part of that is gathering that information through the strategic plan, then developing a comprehensive plan from that, and then of course the thoroughfare plan is just something that we desperately need to update. So we also have Gary from Kendick Keast here to answer any questions about the project or contract.
Well, sir, if you could come forward, would love to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and share a few words. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, council members, everyone. The best thing I can tell you is this is what we do every day. We work with local governments to look down the road 20 years and beyond when you're building roads and infrastructure, but then bring it back to what do we do next week? What do we do the next 6 months to get to where we want to be longer term? I started out in local government, but worked for the Houston-Galveston Area Council for about 10 years. So I've been watching this region since the 1990s and how it has changed, including a blue ribbon panel quote at that time that said the 288 corridor would never develop. How wrong they were. So we've worked with about 40 cities in the Houston area, similar to your growth situation, or places that have not been growing. So if you just go down the 288 corridor, we've worked with Texas City, Lake Jackson. We worked with Pearland about 2015 when they were blowing past the 100,000 population mark, growing at about 7.5% a year, which is crazy when you already have 100,000 people. But as I say, we work with places that are trying to figure out how to grow and spur their growth. So the great thing here is the chance to get ahead of that curve where you are, lay the groundwork for a future pattern, building on what you've already done. So happy to take your questions about process, timeline, anything like that.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council?
Yes, question. What do you foresee the population of Manvel to be within 20 years?
Oh, boy.
That's a good one.
I'm not going to throw out a number tonight because we haven't started our work yet. I mean, we know some numbers that are out there. I heard the 130,000 number earlier. When we first started working with Fulshire, and staff is tired of hearing me talk about Fulshire on the west side of the Houston area. We first got involved in Fulshire in 2011 when there were 1,500 people. We updated their comprehensive plan for the second time a couple of years ago during COVID. They had passed the 20,000 mark. They're working their way toward 30,000. They are ultimately supposed to be about 120,000 out in West Houston. So it's where the West Park Tollway takes you eventually. So working through those kinds of scenarios, vision, strategic level, comprehensive plan, thoroughfare plan, similar scenario. So on your specific question, it's all about pace. It's about the pace of land development, your capacity to support it with roads and infrastructure, schools, all these pieces, parks. We work with some communities that's more of a target that we want to get to. We want to grow and we want to reach a certain level. In other places, it's going to happen no matter what. There's just a ball rolling and you're going to hit those 30, 40, 50,000 marks. So no definitive answer, but that's part of our assignment is what is that outlook? What's the timing? And ultimately, what are the implications for the city and for the community?
Good question, Councilman Hudson. A few questions that I have. One is in the scope of services, it calls out the city's project director. Who will we be assigning to that position, Dan?
Actually, Gary and I talked about that a little bit. So to start off with, I've asked Brooke to be that coordinator with Gary directly. It's a natural thing on the front end anyway, because the strategic plan component of this is going to have a lot of public involvement. So that's her natural comfort zone right there anyway. So when the time comes and we have a director in house, then we'll start sort of transitioning that to that person and bringing that person in. But Brooke is a short answer.
Awesome. Now, Gary, a question that I have for you, it mentioned that there's the option, which I would love to see us do it, to form an advisory committee that's made up of citizens. But being frank, we created 5 new committees last year, and we have only had enough people apply to fill one of them. And so I think this is a very important thing because we don't have a 20-year vision plan. We don't know that target that we're going out to hit. Our 5-year comp plan is now 7 years old. Our thoroughfare plan is out of date. And so getting the citizens and the community involved is extremely important, but we've found that a challenge within our current situation. So from your experience working with 40 cities, how would you recommend, what advice would you have to us to make sure that we involve the community and the citizens? Because that's who we're elected to serve.
Yep. Another city we're working with right now has taken a representative of each of their boards and commissions and put that group together. That's another meeting for a certain group of folks, but that's what it often comes down to is your key leaders, volunteers are meetinged out, but then they are committed and they're willing to take on new things. So that's one possibility that works in other places. Another thing we've done in some places, this was actually a good situation in Lake Jackson. We typically do focus group, small group interviews, and kind of through that process identified whether it's newcomers or people that haven't been on boards and commissions, haven't been active, just listening to them in conversation saying, there's some folks that really are thinking big about their community and are bringing new ideas to the table. So that's how that advisory committee was put together, was from people who participated in the early engagement activities. So in other places, it's a typical, more formal process, maybe by appointment at this level, but so various options to do that.
Awesome.
But, I emphasize again, mix of people that have been here a long time, people that are brand new, that have just gotten here and bring whatever expectations or experience they've had elsewhere.
Oh, that's great. I like that. I like the concept of the focus groups as well. Something I talked about during the campaign was doing listening sessions.
Yes.
And I think the vision was to have those rolled up into this. And so I love that you mentioned that. The last thing that I wanted to bring up, our Councilman, or Mayor Pro Tem Hudson had brought up doing a more of a formal, because in the scopes of service, I read through all of it. Great scope of service, by the way. I love the template. It mentioned doing a kickoff with staff. I would also like to see us do within a workshop a kickoff for council as well. That's something that Mayor Pro Tem Hudson requested previously, and I want to make sure that we honor that request.
Part of the scope is a series of 3 workshops at key points. The first workshop is the first thing we do. So that is meant to talk with council. Sometimes your Planning and Zoning Commission is invited at least to listen in, and big picture discussion where we start from.
Absolutely. That's great. So when do we get started?
We are trying to schedule a kickoff meeting right now with staff, and then we'll have our timeline established, and we'll see you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions from council? No, hearing none. I would like to make a motion that we approve the contract for planning services, comp plan, and thoroughfare plan and strategic plan with Keating Keast Collaborative. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second from Councilman Hudson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you, everyone. Gary, thank you for being here. Look forward to working with you. We will now move on to the hot topic tonight. Item number 2, consideration of possible action to approve an animal transfer agreement between the Houston Humane Society and the City of Manvel and authorize the city manager to execute said agreement. Before I turn this over to staff, I want to take a moment just to thank everybody that submitted comments, everybody that spoke here. I had people that reached out to me over the weekend as well, some in support and some opposed to this. I think the important thing is that I want you to know that you are seen and that you are heard. This government is not going to turn a blind eye to the needs of the community. And I believe that actions speak louder than words. And I hope that you've seen over the past 8 months that our actions speak volumes to addressing the needs of the community. And I know I speak for myself, and I believe for this council when we say we look forward to working, partnering, and collaborating with you. Because as a community and as a citizen myself, we can't look to government to fix all of our issues. We have to work together, and I believe that we have the right people in the right positions to do that. So thank you for being here tonight. So Dan, what I'll do is, actually I think we're turning this one over to Chief to start, and then we'll open it up for conversations and comments from council, and then we will entertain a motion after a discussion. So Chief, the floor is yours.
How much time do I have?
As long as you need,
Give me more than 3 minutes, because I got lots of information.
However much time you need, Chief. This is an important topic.
Okay, I really didn't think that this was going to become the topic that it has become. If we can go back several months ago, the discussion was, what are we doing with our animals? Where are we taking our animals? We've entered into an agreement with Alvin Adoption Center, and we're struggling to be able to take animals there because their shelter is full. Just like every other shelter around, Pearland, Friendswood, their shelters are full. So we are able to take animals to the shelter when they have space available for us. That has created an issue for us because we cannot pick up the animals as we get calls on them. I've heard a lot of comments talking about kill shelters, no kill shelters, so on and so forth, about the Houston Humane Society. Let me back up. If I remember correctly, and I might be wrong, I turned 60 the other day, so my memory might be fading. If I remember correctly, the topic was, or the conversation was, can we find an alternate source? Can we find an alternate place to house or to take animals? We brought John Sherman, our animal control officer, on. He reached out to the Houston Humane Society for a different topic to discuss with them about equipment and stuff like that. Then the topic came up about housing and bringing animals. That's where it led us today with this agreement. This agreement is not we're going to kick Alvin to the curb. This is a secondary source or a secondary place that allows us to pick up animals and take animals if the need be, okay? That's the reason why we're here today, is we found a secondary source, a secondary place to take animals. Now, Captain McLean, ACO Sherman went down last week and had a meeting. Actually, it was the week before that, because we've been working on this agreement, going back and forth between us, them, Bobby, us, them, and Bobby, and we finally got it to where we like the agreement. We presented that agreement tonight for consideration. But what I would like to point out, as I was listening to some of the comments about Houston Humane Society being a kill shelter, I would like to point out that in the current contract we have with the City of Alvin right now, under Section 3, City of Alvin's obligations, 3.01, it says Alvin shall, go to subsection I, have the right to determine when an animal is to be euthanized. All euthanization shall be conducted by humane methods in accordance with guidelines of the State Health District Director. That's a signed agreement we're in with Alvin right now. The Houston Humane Society agreement specifically says in Section 2, representations by the destination agency. 2C says, no animal shall be euthanized for reason of lack of space at the destination agency facility, which is HHS. Any decision for euthanasia shall be for severe or non-rehabilitative illness or behaviors. Now, being that this has come up as the hot topic, I guess you would say, and realizing as of yesterday evening at 6 o'clock that this was, or about 8 o'clock when I received an email, I spent most of my day doing some research, asking questions, receiving reports, and trying to get the data to present to council to make a fair decision based off of what we're looking at. So I had Michelle run a report on our animal control intakes that go to the City of Alvin. I also reached out to Alda Miller, who is the shelter manager for the City of Alvin. We reached out to Aaron Grady, who is the director of the Houston Humane Society. Unfortunately, he can't be here tonight. He had other family obligations. It was a short notice. He couldn't make it. But we do have a young lady by the name of Christine who works with the Houston Humane Society as the animal behavioral specialist to speak on behalf of the Houston Humane Society to give y'all some insight on what goes on at the shelter. Give me just a minute. Now, what I want to do, we also received a report from the Houston Humane Society on their animal statistics for the year 2022. And I believe that Christine can explain that report a little bit more in detail. But what I want to do is, I can break this down a little bit better for y'all, but I received the report from Autumn at 6:05 this evening. And what I would like to do is to go back a few years, starting in 2022, and give you some information about what's happening at the Alvin Animal Shelter. For the year 2022, we have a recorded 74 intakes to their shelter, which means we took 74 animals to the Alvin shelter. Out of those 74 animals, 6 died in custody, 5 were euthanized because they were sick, 4 were euthanized because they were injured, 6 were euthanized because they were aggressive. Go to 2021, same statistics. We were able to, this time, take in 146 animals in the year 2021. Year 2021, 4 died in custody, 12 were euthanized because they were sick, 2 were euthanized because they were injured, 1 was euthanized because they were aggressive. Now I'm having to click through emails, so bear with me, please. In 2020, we impounded, or were able to take 87 animals to the shelter. In 2020, 2 died in custody, 3 were euthanized because they were sick, 1 was euthanized because they were injured, 2 euthanized because they were aggressive. The point is that both agencies, both shelters, unfortunately, and I'm an animal lover too. I got 4 Yorkies, 3 cows, 1 horse, and a cat. So trust me, I like animals too. But, and I'm also fostering a calf from the city of Manvel, just to let that be known. It's costing me $100 a week in feed. The point is sometimes, and I hate to say this, but sometimes euthanization is the answer. There's no way around it. I want to read to y'all a message we did get from Aaron with the Houston Humane Society. The Houston Humane Society will only ever humanely euthanize due to a quality of life decision based on the health and well-being of a pet or due aggression that puts the public or other pets in danger. The HHS does not euthanize for space, length of stay, or healthy treatable animals. Our 2023 live release rate was at 96%. We currently have 3 members of our organization that are part of our behavior team who are responsible for maintaining a daily enrichment program, assessing pets' behavior, and working on training with all the animals in our care. Before I let her come up and talk, before she comes up and talk, I'm not letting her, you let her come up and talk. But the point of it is sometimes it has to happen, and I'm sorry, it does. That's just the fact. But the release rate, from what they're telling me, is far much greater than what the euthanasian rate is. Now, when we started looking for an alternative, this is an alternative. Does not mean that if we find out something wrong, we have to keep taking animals there. We're not under a binding contract that every animal we pick up, we take them up there. This is offered to us at a reasonable rate, less than what we're paying Alvin, to take animals in the event we need to take animals up there. There's nothing saying we have to. Nothing saying we have to abide by this contract saying we're going to take all our animals up there. I just want to get that cleared. It's an alternative space that we can use in the event we need something. Now, we go back and look at what I was not sent was the 2023 and the 2024 numbers that we have sent to Alvin. Now, I had Michelle, did them by yearly. I had her go back and do them, check the numbers by the fiscal year, because that's what we pay by the fiscal year. So in 2023, we were only allowed to bring 34 animals to the Alvin shelter. The shelter was closed, and they would call us when they had space available. As soon as we opened up the space, or as soon as they opened up the space, we started taking dogs, they shut us down again. It's not us, it's them. They shut us down. Now in 2024, from October 1st, 2024 to current date, we've only been allowed to take 9 animals to the Alvin shelter. So we had to reach out and find an alternate spot. That's what we did. I do not believe that, given the data that I have, and I'm not doubting anybody, I'm not calling anybody telling me that they're telling us the wrong information. There's some passionate people when it comes to animal control in this room. I get it. But the numbers that I see from 2022 from the Houston Humane Society does not reflect what was being said tonight. If we enter into this agreement and we find that the Houston Humane Society is doing what is being said by the community, we will stop using them because that is not what we want. We want these animals fostered. We want them adopted. But this is an alternate source for us to use. It's the only alternate source we can use. To build our own facility, talk about that for a minute. Sure, we can build our own facility, but that's going to cost a lot of money. That's going to cost a lot of money to operate it because you're going to have to pay for people to operate it. John can't do it himself. I can tell you that right now. You're going to have a manager in there, and you're going to have technicians, and you're going to have animal control. That increases staffing. That's a lot of money. And what's going to happen to our shelter? It's going to fill up, just like Alvin, just like Pearland, just like Friendswood, and all the local shelters around us. They're going to fill up. So this is just a temporary fix to a growing problem that we have, which is where do we take these animals? How do we provide service to the community to pick animals up that have been abandoned, that have been dropped off, to try to find somebody to adopt them? This is our resource. If you don't mind, I would like for Christine to stand up now and give you some insight on the Houston Humane Society and what they do at their shelter.
Absolutely. And one question, Chief, before you go and share, you can stay there. Right now, under our current operating procedures, because Alvin is not taking animals at the level that we would expect them to, if they say that they are full, we just have to leave the animals on the street suffering? What do we do in that situation?
John can actually answer that question a little bit better because he has actually worked with several citizens that have actually, I don't want to say fostered, but have kept the dogs for us until a point in time that we can do something with them. He's worked with many of our citizens in that, and they understand it. I'm going to jump back just a little bit further. Last spring, and I'm not bashing Alvin by any means, but last spring, myself and Captain McLean went to Alvin. We sat down with the chief and we sat down with Autumn, who is the shelter manager. And we expressed our disappointment in how things were being handled because we are paying a pretty good sized chunk of money for them to house our animals. And that was the agreement. And the number has slowly dwindled down to where we're at 9. And to me, that's unacceptable. Y'all wouldn't expect to pay somebody a contract and not have the services delivered. I had heard that, why don't we renegotiate the contract for a lower cost? Renegotiating a contract for a lower cost is not going to work because we go talk to Alvin about reducing the cost. They're going to look at us and excuse me, but they're going to tell us to pound sand. It's their facility. They don't have to do this for us. We are the only city that they are doing us with. Iowa Colony reached out to them. They told Iowa Colony no. I understand Iowa Colony has an agreement with the Houston Humane Society as well. So they are doing us a favor. And for us to go in there, and we have to renegotiate that contract this year. It expires September of this year. So we have to sit down and talk about it. And it's very simple. They can come up and tell us, we're not working with y'all anymore. It's their obligation, not ours. So to try to sit down and try to force our hand on them, to try to call a bluff on them, could very well backfire on us, and we're going to lose another spot. Doesn't mean we can't sit down and have that conversation with them like, hey, we're paying y'all a chunk of money. We need to have something in return, just like any other agreement or any other contract that you would expect. Anybody would expect that. If I heard somebody come on my yard, I expect it to get mowed. It's the same thing here. So, with all that said, we're in a dilemma. What do we do with these animals? I heard people say that they're ready, willing, and able to foster them. That's fine. We can set that up. All we need to do is get names and numbers of people that want to pick these dogs up. The problem we have with that is after 72 hours, what do we do with them? Do they continue to foster them for another week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Or does it 72 hours, that animal now belongs to the city of Manvel, what do we do with them? We have to find a spot to take them. The only spots we have to take them are Alvin, and if we're going to the agreement, the Houston Humane Society. Again, we have control over what we take up there and whether we use them or not based off of how they treat animals. And that's where we would require regular reports from them, just like what we do with Alvin, on what's going on with the animals we take up there. and I think they can provide that information to us.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chief. And Officer Sherman, we'll have you come up in a little bit to answer some questions as well. So the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. So first, I would like to discuss our reasons that we do euthanize. I know that's a big hot topic right now. So we have about 6 main reasons. The first one is going to be feral or quality of life. So we have done a study in our shelter, me and my 2 other team members, that after 5 days of being in a shelter, the stress level goes back to baseline. So it's back at 0. We start from the beginning. If they are still showing feral-like behaviors such as alligator rolling, snapping on leash, or attempting to bite, that is a safety risk. So unfortunately, that dog will have to be euthanized just for the risk of the people. We have noticed that, hey, we see after 7 days, this dog is now doing fine. Officer Sherman helped me, or I helped him with a dog named Traffic Cone. About 2.5 weeks ago, I was on my way to work and saw him at 58 and 288. Dog was alligator rolling, snapping, and I said, you know what? We have the resources, let's take it in. And after 3 days, he was adopted. So that's a really good success story. We also have human aggression. So at a history or at any point during the dog's shelter stay, if they inflict a level 3 or multiple level 2 bites on the Dr. Ian Dunbar scale, that is a humane reason to be euthanized, because would you want this dog as your neighbor? If he gets out and you're trying to catch it and he inflicts a bite that you have to get stitches for, how would you feel about that dog being put up for adoption? The next one is severe dog aggression. At history or at any point during their shelter stay, a dog inflicts serious wounds to another dog. We actually had a dog probably about 3 months ago, was doing fine, came in from a cruelty case, super dog friendly, and then all of a sudden ripped a dog from here to here out of nowhere during a play group. So with 15 other dogs, and then all of a sudden he just went after this one. We did a more in-depth behavior evaluation on him and deemed him not safe because, again, would you want this dog as your neighbor if it breaks out of the fence and goes after your dogs? How would you feel? The other one is cat aggression. Same thing with the dogs. At any point or a history of attacking a cat or even killing a cat is unfortunately not safe because of where our shelter is and where we adopt. There's lots of stray cats. There's lots of people with cats. People love their cats. Another one is resource guarding. So that deals with food, toys, and treats. If you have kids, and this is a big one, I have a daughter of my own. If she sticks her hand in the dog bowl, what happens? Will the dog go straight for a bite, or does it give me some type of warning such as growling, snapping, or freezing? Obviously, if the dog shows no signs and goes straight for the bite, that is unfortunately unsafe and falls into the human aggression category. We also have a multi-diagnosis, so animals can fall into one or more categories. I actually just had to hold one of my favorite dogs that I have known for its entire life because it had severe human aggression, dog aggression, and resource guarding issues. But with all of that being said, we do multiple things to minimize having to euthanize a dog. We follow the Dogs Playing for Life model of playgroups. It was actually formed in the Austin Pets Alive shelter to help pit bulls specifically to go into a home and to get out of aggression. All dogs that have been fully vaccinated with all 3 boosters and everything are able to participate. I think our youngest dog right now in the program is 4 months old. She came from a cruelty case of dog fighting. So this is a huge thing for her to figure out how to safely be around dogs. We also utilize Baskerville muzzles, so it's a safe muzzle that they are able to pant and drink with aggression issues, just so dogs are taught to how to safely interact with other dogs. We had a dog in our shelter at HHS for about 7 months. It was deemed dog aggressive, being on leash, and we said, you know what? We have this new model, let's try it out. She ended up being one of our best dogs. Some dogs don't enjoy playgroups. I have one of my own that absolutely would rather hang out by themselves. We do allow them 3 weeks of 5 days a week playgroups. If we see at the end of that, they're like, okay, hey, they're off in the corner by themselves, we remove them and we supplement their time with in-kennel enrichment. So that is me personally going out with these dogs twice a week, twice a day, twice a week, giving them different sensory items. I blow bubbles at them. I spray prey scents around just so they can smell. I also do spices because some spices are safe for dogs. The behavior team also does one-on-one basic obedience training with every single dog that comes into our shelter. Right now, all of our dogs know how to sit. They are currently working on down, but they don't seem to really care about that. Now on to our Behavior Rehabilitation Center. That is me and my 2 other team members. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here today. It started out in 2022 with 1 team member. She's from Kansas City, and she came down here to work with us. And since then, we have now grown from a team of 3. We have had multiple articles about us in the Houston Chronicle, one of them most recently about a dog named Mistletoe. She was deemed dog aggressive, and we worked with her, and now she's living in a home with 2 other dogs. We also focus on the mental health of all the animals. We work with our clinic and do behavior medication, so trazodone, gabapentin, and fluoxetine, just so we can figure out a baseline and get them into a home. We also, even if dogs are not in our behavior rehabilitation program, we do also pull dogs off of the general population adoption floor if we notice that they need some help. And then we also offer post-adoption support for the lifetime of the pet. So you could have adopted last year, and in 2030 you need help. You have our emails, you can contact us. Some other good things that HHS does just as a whole, we do partner with Iowa Colony. We pull actively from the BARK euthanasia list, and majority of those dogs do get adopted. We see that they have no behavior issues or anything. We're also a part of the Harris County Cruelty Task Force. So we are actively working with Harris County and BARK with their cruelty teams to pull abused, neglected, just some pretty bad cases. We also partner with the Fort Bend Women's Center, Coalition with the Homeless, Hope Homeless, and Harmony House to board for homeless citizens in the city of Houston. Yes.
Do we know if the Alvin shelter does any of the things that the Houston Humane Society just listed off?
That's actually a really good question. John might be able to answer that a little bit better than I can. I do not know. All I know positively that they work really hard to try to adopt animals out by either transferring them out of state or to other shelters if they have a need for these animals. Now, about any of the other resources or anything like that, what she is talking about, I don't know. When John comes up in a minute, he might have that answer.
Here's what I do know, is that it's an extreme effort to raise money, to raise funds, to come up with programs that are this in-depth, to provide that level. I mean, you just named out, I couldn't keep up with the amount of things or programs that you guys are specialized in and really go out of your way to help rehabilitate these dogs that are out there. I know that Alvin shelter is at capacity. I would be shocked, honestly, if all of these different things, they also provided all of them. I mean, from my understanding, the Humane Society does a phenomenal job of basically being the experts at how to intake these animals and rehabilitate them. And not only that, they have extensive resources with other organizations that come in as a supplement to this. They're not doing it on their own. They're not making the decisions on their own. I mean, to me, I want to know if we're partnered and we are not using the Alvin shelter, and if we are the dogs that are from Manvel given all of this? I mean, it's pretty impressive, to be honest.
There's one thing, and maybe you can expand on this a little bit more too, is one thing that I did not mention is that they have on-staff veterinarians.
Yes.
That if we bring injured animals in or animals that are sick, there's someone on staff that can handle and take care of those animals and get the medicine they need at that time. Alvin does not have that. They have a veterinarian, but it's not on staff. They have to take the animals to the clinic. But once we turn the animals over to Alvin, they then become the property of the Alvin shelter, which allows them to do that because we're through our 72-hour period. They have a veterinarian, I think more than one, isn't it?
We have 6.
That are on staff at their facility.
For you, at this current time right now, at what capacity is the HHS at right now?
So right now, currently, we actually have 73 large dogs up for adoption and 10 in our behavior program. We can house about 100.
Okay, so you have space. So based on the data that I heard Chief bring to us, if we divide out, what was the number? Let me pull this back up. I think I heard you say, how many dogs last year? 100? Okay, 34. Okay, so 34. Did you say that was for the whole year?
Keep in mind.
Hang on, I wrote the numbers down. I have a lot of notes here.
Keep in mind, last year, this one, we were only allowed to bring when they had space. If you go back to 2021, and I can even go back into 2020, she sent me data from 2015 all the way up because.
Oh, I found it.
Let's look at 2015. This is when we were able to bring animals in. We had 60. 2017 was 138. I'm sorry, 2016. I jumped on you.
Well, I'm looking at 2020, 2021, 2022. So from the numbers I just added up, basically in 2022, we had a total of 74 intakes. If you divide let's do 12 divided by, just to get a rough average, we're talking 74. That's roughly 6 a month, sorry. And if they're operating at 75% capacity, Alvin's operating at 100% capacity, but we have the ability to partner with them in the meantime to see if it works. I mean, I hear the word no kill, and to me that's a trigger word, to be quite honest with you. And I really am frustrated that people are using what people like every single one of us up here loves and holds near and dear to our heart, our pets, as a political thing. It should never have been politicized, and it should not be politicized. I think this is an opportunity for all of Manvel to come together and figure out what the best option is for these dogs. I'm definitely not for euthanizing, but let me just say this. I didn't want to bring all of this information up, but I personally have partnered and have friends that are key stakeholders in PetSet, who there's a documentary out that was in theaters. You can look it up. It's Animals for a Solution. The two twins here in Houston produced it. It's phenomenal. Please go see it. Bark. I emceed a gala, Diamonds Are Forever, where we raised tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, this is something that I can literally, with a phone call, have media here, find people that can literally get the people who are volunteering to do this to find the solution. And I will tell you that I've had many conversations about this, and I talked to key experts today. And when we look at the problem, I said, do you think that it is a humane thing to partner with the Humane Society? And these experts said everyone does. And there is not one shelter out there that is no kill. And the one that I spoke to today is a director. She's the new director for Friends for All. And their tagline is save them all. And even they tell you they cannot save them all because of the statistics of the animals that come in sick, that have aggression. And not only that, those no-kill shelters, for instance, we have Special Pals. They're in the Heights. You have Houston Pets Alive. You have Friends for Life in the Heights. They're not going to take every animal. They will only take the ones that they know they can rehome. They're not going to. And the moment that you pick up an animal and you make it yours or you feed it, there's also an animal health code that states that it's now yours for the safety of other animals and safety for humans. And so when I think of a stray animal that has aggression that's out there, my dad's a landscaper and has been bitten, right? We don't want that, and that's definitely a possibility. So my question is, what other options do we have? I would love to see everyone that came to speak. I know that y'all are available. You've opened up your homes and you're willing to. But are you willing to take that aggressive dog and rehabilitate it in a professional manner, the way the HHS is prepared and specialize in? They have the tools and the resources. So when we use words like they're a kill shelter, are they really? That's my question. Where do we stand with that?
Well, I think we'll address that because we'll bring up Officer Sherman to talk about some of the initiatives and the things that he's working on. So do you have anything else that you'd like to share?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Chief, do you have anything else that you'd like to present?
I would just like to follow up with Councilwoman Sarmiento's statement about shelters. When I worked for a previous agency before I came here as Lieutenant Lake Jackson, I had the privilege of being over the animal control there as well. And we had a multi-agency shelter in Lake Jackson, which encompassed Lake Jackson, including Freeport. The SPCA took that shelter over and started running it. And before I left out of there, we went and did an inspection because of the way they ran the shelter down. And when we walked in, what we found was animals that were not only were the kennels full, but they were housing animals in portable crates stacked 3 and 4 high. This was back pre-2013. So, yes, there is an issue at shelters. Now, granted, this wasn't a large shelter such as Alvin or probably Houston Humane Society. It's probably like a 60 to 80 base shelter. I don't remember the exact numbers. But there is an issue out there. There is a problem out there, and we have to find solutions to it. And our solution right now to move us forward until we get a permanent solution would be to have this option. So,
thank you for those comments, Chief. Before we let this young lady sit down, are there any other comments or questions from council specifically for her that she might be able to speak or address for us? Yep. Councilman Lance?
So some of the stuff that I've read also, there seems to be a concern about animals not being able to be returned to their owners. Is that, if I lost, first of all, this is going to be a multifaceted thing. I think the city needs to develop, if we pick up an animal, Alvin can't take it, or if Alvin can take it. If Alvin can't take it, personally, I think we should put on the city website, we have this animal, it's going to Houston Humane Society. If this is your animal, go get it. Now, if that person goes to Humane Society to get their animal, will they be able to retrieve it?
Yes, they are able to retrieve their animal. If it's microchipped, we hold it for 5 days. That is the law in Texas. If they're not microchipped, then we hold it for 3 days. But at any point during their shelter stay, if their owner comes back and says, that is my animal, shows us pictures, vet records, anything, we do return that animal to them.
And that's at any point in time?
At any point in time.
Let's say it's 2 months down the road, any point in time. So when they get back from vacation, they could come pick up the animal.
If we do put the animal up for adoption after 3 days, but if that animal is still there and they say, hey, I think that's my dog, we let them meet, because dogs always can tell us who their owner is. If we see them wagging their tail and are happy and we're like, okay, that's your dog, can you show us pictures? I know dogs change in 2 months, but we always give the animals back. We have plenty of success stories on our Facebook page as well as our website that shows how far of a lengths we will go to return an animal back to the owner.
Okay. Do y'all ever get animals in that have a name tag on them with contact information?
Yes, and we will contact. We contact for 5 days. It's the same as a microchip. We've even had dogs come in with air tags, and after the 5 days, they're gone because the air tag showed the owners where they are.
Okay. And do you work with these animal transporters, like that take the dogs up north? I know of 2 people, one, my sister-in-law, that does that. So do you work with that kind of a group that can come and pick up a van load of animals?
So my team currently does not, but we do have a separate rescue department with a team of 3 as well, and they're actively trying to get 10 to 15 dogs right now to go to New Jersey to be adopted. One of them is currently our longest stay that's been at our shelter for 233 days.
My goodness. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Perry?
Yes. So I've taken in a lot of information. So I want to get a couple of clarifications. So I know you said after 3 days if it's non-chipped, you put it up for adoption?
Yes.
After 5 days if it's chipped?
And we will contact the owner every day within those 5 days. If they don't hear anything or they give us the legal okay, we will put the dog back up for adoption.
Okay, so then my next question is, after they've been put up for adoption, how long are they retained at the shelter before they become a candidate for euthanasia?
We do not currently have candidates for euthanasia.
I may be using the wrong term, but.
But like I said, our current resident is a dog that's been in our shelter for 233 days. 6 months of it was actively going through a cruelty case with the city of Crockett. But he has no plans to be up for euthanasia. Now, if an animal at some point does have any type of aggression issues that we work through, that is when we will euthanize.
That's what I want to be clear on, the aggression levels. Help determine.
So we follow it's called Dr. Ian Dunbar's bite scale. It goes through all the different levels with human, dogs, and cats with what the bite level is. Obviously, level 6 is death. We never let any dogs past a level 4 or 5 be sent out to the general public.
Okay, that clarified some things for me. Okay. With this section.
Well, thank you so much for being here tonight. Appreciate all of your work that you do for.
I'm sorry.
Nope, you're good. Please go ahead.
Okay. This is going to be a toughie. Let's talk about pit bulls.
So we actually have several pit bulls up for adoption. They're all listed on our website as American Pit Bull Terriers or Pit Bull Terrier mixes. One of them right now is a dog named Hulk that I'm working with one-on-one for some basic obedience. But we will have dogs labeled as pit bulls. I know in the past we have not even accepted pit bulls, but after Hurricane Ida, when we partnered with the Jefferson Paws Animal Services out in Louisiana, they gave us 160 pit bulls. So we changed our legislation and started out adopting pit bulls and taking them into our shelter.
Well, you're better than me because for 20 years, I've had rental property, and I would not rent a home to someone that had a pit bull, because I've seen the history of them. I know there's people that love pit bulls, but as a landlord, it's a liability, and that's just my take on it. There's some breeds I just soon stay away from personally. And I know if people are compassionate about some pit bulls. I know there's some great, my wife loves pit bulls. You know, she used to have one, and I understand that, but I appreciate the comment on that.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you for clarifying all of that. There was somebody that said that, God forbid, you go on vacation and your dog gets out and the Humane Society gets a hold of it, you'll never see your dog again. We've had our dog dig holes because they have anxiety. I have a rescue myself. I mean, I remember you from the Humane Society when we were looking to adopt, and so I'm personally thrilled that you're still there because that was like 5 years ago.
I did take a little break.
Okay.
To go help my mom out at her daycare over in Pearland. But I have been back, and I've been back there since 2021.
And she used to actually live on our street when she was very young. So that makes me very happy to hear. But it also is so refreshing to hear that that is not the case, that if my dog were to get out and one of my neighbors forgot to let us know, number one, if he is chipped, so you guys would call us. But secondly, that we would never see our dog again. That is not the case unless we don't want our dog and we just don't come to pick him up.
And we've actually had situations like that. One of them today, someone abandoned one of our dogs that they adopted from us in an apartment building. A very nice lady came and brought it back, and we took it back. We intook it right then and there, and that dog is now placed back up for adoption because we got verbal clarification from the owner that they no longer want the dog, and they did abandon the dog. So we are going with the cruelty aspect of it and filing a case with the owner.
And secondly, thank you for asking that question about the pit bulls. I think that's phenomenal, by the way, because it's not normal for other shelters. I wonder what does Alvin do with pit bulls is what I would like to know. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for being here. Chief, if you're good with it, I'd love to have Officer Sherman come forward. All right, officer, it's your time to shine here. Before we allow you to share whatever's on your heart and mind. I have a question and then a statement. Bobby, there was an 1897 Supreme Court case. It's been reaffirmed many times by appellate court cases, one here in Texas in the 80s, Arrington versus Arrington, that dogs and pets are personal private property. With that, in the situation that occurs, let's say Councilwoman Sarmiento, her dog gets taken to HHS. And after 5 days, it goes up for adoption. She has beautiful dogs. It gets adopted at that point, adopted out. What would Crystal's legal opportunities be in order to get her pet back if she was out on vacation and that occurs?
That's happened.
I don't know, maybe there's probably a statute somewhere that would govern that, but that's not really my area of expertise.
Okay. Now, the other question, and this is not to sound crude at all. I think there's been many accusations online, specifically about me, that I'm trying to push this through, that I negotiated a deal in the back room, which is not true. The reason why this is on the agenda is for us to have a very public discussion, to have the community come out, which is why I posted specifically about it on social media. And if we actually go back, let's go back to 2021, I sat with city leaders back then who are no longer here and said, we're going to have a problem with the animal shelter, with the Alvin shelter. We need to find another option. Pearland's building a beautiful new facility. Let's see if we can partner with them. What I was told verbatim, we are happy with Alvin. Animals are not the priority right now. We are exactly where I predicted that we would be. And now we're trying to find some ways to address in a compassionate, graceful, wise way. But the question that I have, Bobby, because pets are considered private property, can we use public dollars for private property?
Well, it sounds like we're using public dollars for the, health, safety, welfare of the population by taking the animals in where there's not going to be, danger of, any injury from the animals, waste, things, your pets, your livestock, all those things could be at risk. So I see it more as helping the public safety and health and safety of the population, which public funds can be used for.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate that clarification. I think that's just an important thing to make known. Officer Sherman, you've been thrown into the deep end these past few months. This is the first time in a long time that the city has had an animal control officer. And I've heard nothing but great things about you from people in this room. My father-in-law and kids were driving one day and they saw you running across the road, stopping traffic, trying to catch an animal.
Yes, sir.
And even as it's been promoted out there that you now work for the city, people that interacted with you, with your previous employer, have nothing but incredible things to say about you.
Thank you.
And so I want to take a moment to honor you and applaud you for the work that you're doing, and also the work that you're going to do, because I know you have a lot of creative and unique ideas on how we can have a comprehensive approach to animal control. And I think you have Captain McLean, the chief, a city manager and a council who are supporting you in your efforts, because we do care about our animals.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm very appreciative of everything that you do. So, Council, what I'd like to do is give Officer Sherman the floor, and then we can open it up for questions and comments.
Okay, so I've been at this here in Manvel since November. It's been a roller coaster, to be quite blunt. So a little bit background about me. I've been doing this since 2000, okay? So it's a long time. Animal control wasn't originally my avenue. I was in college going for criminal justice. I was going to be a police officer, but I got in debt and I saw a job posting for $7.25 an hour, which was a lot of money back then. It can help me get out of debt, but I got into it and I couldn't leave. So I can tell you, doing this for well over 20 years now, you don't do this to get rich, okay? And it's a lot of stress, it's a lot of work. Manvel, I worked on the outside of Manvel for the last 10 years before this because county, of course, doesn't come in the city. Now, I can tell you right out on the borders, you have a huge problem with dogs, and a lot of those dogs are actually contributing to the problem in the city. I know Rodeo Palms is horrible with the animal problem, strays running all over the place. You got Cold River Ranch across the street. I can tell you, I worked there a lot because the north side of the county was my area. They're coming across the street into Rodeo Palms more than they're going from Rodeo Palms to Cold River, okay? Pomona's really bad. I saw you had the nice thing about the park that you guys are doing. Animal control has to be a priority. And I'm gonna tell you, right there in that little area of Crow Park, I didn't even know Crow Park was actually the city. I used to have to pick up animals in Crow Park for the county a lot, in that area around in Pomona. So the more population you have there, people dump dogs in Crow Park a lot. I've already been out there for Manvel about a dump dog. You guys have all these great ideas and stuff, but I can tell you, working here, y'all are way behind, and this is something that has to be addressed. With Houston Humane, that's a helpful solution, in my opinion. There's a lot of other benefits that wasn't really talked about with Houston Humane. As you know, they have a veterinarian on staff, or veterinarians. They also offered, if we have any cruelties, for us to use their forensic veterinarian, which usually, if we wanted to do that, it would cost, anywhere from $300 to $500 for something basic to, in the thousands. And they're willing to let us use that resource, okay? They're willing to come and do community outreach in Manvel, which is needed. There's a lot that needs to be done. It needs to be a priority. Houston Humane, like I said, in my opinion, I don't like going to addresses. I see the social media too. The nice stuff is great, but I see a lot of the bad stuff mentioned about me, okay? I don't pay no mind to it because I know, and I'm gonna say in front of council, it's not my fault that I can't pick up the animals. Alvin, who you guys have the contract with, I can't bring dogs there. I don't like leaving dogs running around the streets, which I'm doing, which is a safety hazard, okay? Having Houston Humane, the ability to take dogs there, will help with that, okay? We can't just keep letting them run around. Alvin's not doing their part, and I don't know how much money exactly y'all are paying them, but it's been like pulling teeth for me. When my captain says, well, we gotta shut it down, we can't take animals, I mean, it's hard. I've been making contacts with a lot of the rescue community here, getting them involved. I can't tell you how many people I gave my number to, but today, for instance, I reached out to, I had picked up 2 little Yorkies, okay? They're at the PD right now. They're great candidates for rescues. A rescue will want them, okay? So I reached out to one of the citizens, very helpful, gave me a rescue list, and got me in touch with a rescue. And a rescue is gonna come in 3 days if an owner doesn't come and get that dog, get it vetted, a rescue that's 501c3 in Pearland, and get that dog adopted out. That's not gonna cost the city anything. It's not going to Houston Humane. You don't have to worry about a euthanasia risk there. That's not going to Alvin. You don't have to worry about any kind of euthanasia risk there. But I guess my point is, it's good to have community involvement. In animal control, you need it. Okay, even if you guys build out a shelter, you hire employees, you need a volunteer program. You need community involvement. I heard a lot of stuff I do agree with and I don't agree with in here tonight in reference to this, but something has to be done. And, in my opinion, Houston Humane, it's a lot more humane to bring it over there. And the young lady that was just talking to y'all, I don't know if you know, but she doesn't just work at Houston Humane as an animal behaviorist or one of them. She actually lives in the city of Manvel, so she has a vested interest. She was one of the first people that reached out to me saying, hey, I'll come, I'd like to do some programs in the community. On her own time, she's willing to come. Houston Humane said that they don't want to take any aggressive dogs from us, okay? So as far as something coming in aggressive and whatnot, it's not even going to go over there. So it's going to go to the PD, and what she's willing to do is come on her own time, evaluate the dog, and see if we can reach out to one of the rescue groups that are breed specific to get it to go there. Okay, because if we bring an aggressive dog to Alvin, you know, I can't tell you that it's going to get adopted. If it's aggressive to them, they'll euthanize it just like any other shelter, okay? So, I mean, that's another avenue of trying to get dogs out. So we're trying to take as many precautions, as many ways we can think. And my thing is, like I said, community involvement is great. I've been talking every day to different rescue people, getting us a rescue list, you know, because this is stuff y'all didn't have before that you need, okay? And for this city, the rate of growth, you know, you're gonna have to prioritize this, okay? And it's an issue, and Houston Humane, we went there, me and Captain McLean, we toured their facility. We spoke to several people there. They have an enrichment area for the dogs, like she was speaking of, where they rehabilitate the animals. They have a livestock barn that they said that they'd come get any cattle and whatnot. That Brazoria County, they don't come get it, you know. So they would gladly come help us and pick them up. I mean, it's a lot of resources. We'll save the city a lot of money, and in my opinion, it's currently out of the options we have right now, you know, it's good to have that as an alternative. Would you rather leave the dog running in the roads, you know, like I'm seeing people saying, which it doesn't bother me because I know I'm not, you know, just not doing my job, but let the dog run in the road because we can't pick it up, you know, or have it go somewhere where it gets seen immediately by a veterinarian, vaccinated and whatnot. And like I said, if it's aggressive, it goes to the PD. She comes, evaluates the dog, sees if we can get it rehabilitated, because that way we're not making that decision saying, oh, that's aggressive, because we're not the actual, you know, a behaviorist and whatnot. But to have someone to volunteer their own time that lives in the city to come and do that for us, I mean, we're going above and beyond, you know, to get this done, because we're playing catch up. And, you know, the city has a lot of great ideas and a lot of good things going on. But this has to be a priority, and this has to be a decision that y'all have to make, and you have to make the right one, because, you know, you're going to have a dog not being able to be picked up, and heaven forbid that dog ends up biting some child. That could have been prevented, okay? We could have had a place we could take that dog off the street. We could have brought that dog somewhere, because a lot of dogs that are stray running around, they're not aggressive dogs. You know, they're scared, they're frightened and whatnot. So most dog bites, that's what they're from. They're not because the dog's aggressive. So we can prevent that by just having a place I can take the dogs to, so I can do my job.
Well, Officer Sherman, I think it's very clear that we see your heart and your passion on this topic, that the decisions that you make, bringing this item forward was not done flippantly, but it was done with serious consideration and the best interest of the animals at mind. I want to confirm that it is your professional recommendation, not that Manvel is pushing off the problem to somebody else, but in order to properly move Manvel forward in our animal control division, it is your recommendation that we enter into this agreement.
I believe it's in the best interest right now, with any options we have, to go into an agreement with Houston Humane, so we have a place that we can take the dog off the street. Now, that doesn't say that if there's, you know, a citizen or whatnot, like I heard a lot of people here want to volunteer and want to do stuff. And I'm all about trying to have a program in place, but we don't have that program. And once we get a program in place, that's a great other, you know, avenue to have. But the more options we have, if we have 5 options, it doesn't mean we have to utilize all 5 options, but we have it. If option 1's not available, option 2 is. If option 2 isn't, option 3 is. So, but community involvement's great, and I applaud it. I welcome it. I want it, because any animal control program, brand new starting off like this, or well established 5 years from now, is going to need volunteers. So
Well, Officer Sherman, you mentioned that program, and I think Dan and Chief, one item, whenever the time is right, to have an agenda item that we can dive into a little bit more of, Officer Sherman, what you would see that program looking like, where we can sit down and we can workshop it and have that frank conversation with the volunteers and say, okay, let's put actions to the words. Let's step up and let's all do our part. Because something key that you said is, with the Yorkies, you said rescues will want them. So
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
rescues and the fosters can also be selective about what dogs that they take. And so I think putting together a program and having that conversation for a future agenda is very important. And that's something I've mentioned to our city manager and chief as well, that I know is a priority of this council. And I want to let you know that it is a priority of ours. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
We would not have budgeted for this position, which is the first time it's been budgeted in many, many years.
I understand.
We would not have budgeted for it if we didn't believe in you and we weren't behind.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I can say I have been able to have a kind of trial foster program, not program, but a dog that Alvin did not take, could not take, and someone in the community was able to hang on to the dog and hold the dog for almost a week before Alvin had room, and I was able to get that dog and bring it to Alvin then. So, I mean, community involvement's great, like I said. So if we do it right, it'll happen and it'll grow and it'll be a wonderful thing. It's just to have those options available, which we don't exactly have something right now in place. But once we do, utilize it, just like Houston Humane.
Okay. To me, just hearing all the information along with the research that I was able to do, hearing from Christine, hearing from yourself, your professional recommendation, hearing the chief, hearing what's happening in the real world, not the narratives that are being spun. Unfortunately, nobody wants this problem, but it is a problem. I think that just listening to everything, it sounds like it's the most humane thing to do instead of let the dogs run around. And honestly, when I first thought about it, my heart was really leaning towards tabling this and not voting on this tonight. But if we were to table it and somebody else dumps 10 dogs tomorrow, what would happen to those dogs?
I would do like I've been doing, and I'd reach out to some of the rescue community.
Okay.
I can't promise that that's the first thing I tell people when I can't pick up a dog. I can't promise you that they'll be able to take it because rescues
Exactly.
get full too. Dogs may end up having to stay there.
Not every person who says they will take a dog can, because they're already fostering.
Correct.
or they have dogs there that they're trying to help. Now, here's my other question is, let's say that we have a well-organized group of volunteers that sign up to say, hey, before you take a dog, I would love to know first, right? And we create a list and we do that. I think that would be a fantastic solution to start with. However, are they equipped like the Humane Society is or other shelters to immediately have a veterinarian look at them, care for them, assess them, feed them, love them, rehabilitate them, and then rehome them?
So the one additional thing you will have, if you do that and have a foster program, you have to get the animal vaccinated. Most people will not foster an unvaccinated dog.
Exactly. So the reality is that I believe it would be inhumane to not have a resource. This is why we're having this discussion, because it's the right thing to do at this time. And as Chief said, if at any point in time we see that this is not what is happening, then we change what we're doing. Right, Chief?
What we can do is we can reach back out to the director and have a discussion with him to see about getting monthly reports. I don't know their system. That's something that we would have to have a conversation to where we could actually keep an eye.
Have some accountability or transparency.
That we can report back if needed on the disposition of the animals.
Okay.
that's something we'd have to have that conversation, and I could relay, or of course, they could hear my direction and they can take care of that, and we could have that conversation. So far, the conversations we have had with the director have been very positive. He's worked with us in every aspect that we've asked. Even when we were looking at this agreement, we sent some information back that I didn't like, and he said, no problem, put in there what you want to put in there, we'll make it happen. So depending on their reporting system and how they can do that, if they can separate out, Alvin is able to separate out
The statistics, the data.
data. If they can do that for the city of Manvel, then we can ask and see if we can
Okay.
get monthly reports as the disposition of the animals.
That gives me peace, and I think that would give a lot of the people who have concern peace, right? Secondly, I would also like to bring up the fact that all the organizations that I personally have connections to, relationships with, Emancipate, Bark, Unity for a Solution, PetSet, Friends for all these organizations have mentioned partnering with the city so that we, again, like Christine said, educate the population. It starts with spay and neutering. It starts with responsible pet owners. And then the other thing that comes to mind is creating an ordinance where if we find out that you're dropping a pet here in Manvel, that there's severe fines, penalties, up to including jail time, if it can be proven, like a no dropping zone, and put those signs up somewhere to start with the awareness to the community that don't drop your dogs in Manvel because we will fine you or have some consequence to that. What are your thoughts with the experience in that?
So there are already state laws. You can't abandon animals. It doesn't matter where it is.
So can we enforce those here? Are we enforcing them?
We can enforce it if we have proof. In county, I've done multiple cruelty cases where, these days you have cameras everywhere. People have Ring cameras and stuff. So it's easier than not to catch someone. But if it's caught, absolutely, we can prosecute them. We can do everything.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's there's laws already existing. So
here's the other question I have when it comes to laws.
The chief speaker.
Sorry. Oh, Chief.
Well, I was just going to answer the question. John answered it
I'm sorry.
very well, that there is actually state law that prohibits it. The ordinance is an ordinance. It's just by citation only state law. We can actually file. It's up to a Class A misdemeanor and sometimes even felonies depending on the situation.
Okay.
But one resource that HHS has is the ability to work with John as far as investigations for animal cruelty. They have the resources that we can utilize for that. They also have the resources that will help us in abandonment or cases such as that to file the proper cases through the court. Right now with the Alvin shelter, we don't have that resource. They work for Alvin.
I have a lot of questions about Alvin all of a sudden.
We have that resource with HHS. So there is the opportunity. I'll give you a perfect example. The cane corso, that was the big hit last week that we finally had to tranquilize to capture, that we're working that case because the owners abandoned the dog. Missouri County picked it up, took it back to the owner instead of working their case like they should. And I'm not saying anything bad, but they took it back to the owner who pretty much told them, says, we don't want the dog, and they let the dog back out. So we're actually working that case right now. So yes, there is cases. We can work the cases. We can work the cruelty cases. We've done it on the police side. We have John here who's very well versed in working the cases now. So I anticipate we're going to start seeing more and more of that.
Now, and I'll finish with this.
Yes, ma'am.
It's my understanding that it's also state law, and I've heard this years ago when I lived in Houston and through all the organizations that I'm very, very connected to. If there's a stray, at the moment that you feed that stray, the state law states that it becomes yours. It's no longer a stray. You have now entered into feeding that animal and you've made it yours. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the health and safety code. I had to look it up because I didn't know where it was, right? The animal health and safety code responsibility, regardless of if you bought it, picked it up, the moment you feed it, it becomes yours. And if you abandon it, now you are subject to being investigated for now abandoning a stray that you fed. Am I wrong? Or not 100% right?
Well, I'll kind of explain a little bit more in detail. I believe what the law says is if you provide reasonable care.
Which feeding
which is
under.
considered feeding and whatnot. Now, each jurisdiction will use that reasonable care, their own determination of what that is. But technically, you can, if you pick up a dog, you shelter it overnight, you feed it.
It's yours.
Technically, an agency can say, yeah, that's your dog. Then you go dump it 2 miles down the road, then you're
now
abandoned
liable for
your
it.
dog. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I had a cat, and I'm not a cat person because I'm allergic, but I had a cat have its babies inside my chimney, terracotta chimney, and I put it on a Facebook group in my previous neighborhood, and I got attacked for not wanting to keep the cat that had its babies in my yard. And then we called to have it removed, and they were like, no, they're yours. I'm like, but I haven't fed them. The mama's feeding them. And according to this law, they're now mine because I'm sheltering them because they chose to have their babies in my pot.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And by the way, I just want to encourage you because I know it's difficult. It's a thankless job. A lot of people who are pet lovers love to accuse people when it doesn't go their way. And unfortunately, that's just in everything, in politics. And, we can agree to disagree, guys, and still get along. But I just want to thank you so much for your hard work, your effort. I could hear it in your voice, your passion and your love for this. You're right. We don't get rich loving the animals. Only those people who do it for the wrong reasons. And I just want to thank you so much for your hard work and your effort.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'd like to say real fast, if I can, Mayor, I appreciate all of y'all and giving me this opportunity, and Chief and Captain McLean as well. I mean, everybody's been so welcoming, and I really, honestly, I wasn't much in the city of Manvel, other than the fast food restaurants and whatnot. So I really didn't have an opportunity till working here to actually speak to people, and everything is probably literally the friendliest area of the county, I believe. So people are great.
That's going to be our tagline now. Instead of city on the rise, it's going to be friendliest city in the county.
Friendliest city in the county. I mean, but yeah, open for business. But y'all are great, and I appreciate it. And I do appreciate, the equipment and stuff I do have, and God, I mean, a really nice truck. I mean, county never gave us something that nice, so thank you.
Stick it to the county. Right?
Yeah, but in all seriousness,
Kidding.
I do.
It's on the record now.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Want to be clear.
I do appreciate it, and I appreciate Chief's leadership and Captain McLean as well, guiding me as far as city stuff. But thank y'all so much, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much.
And Councilwoman Sarmiento, and I think Officer Sherman, I think Councilman Perry's going to have a question. Councilwoman Sarmiento, just to let you know, we do have ordinances on the books regarding animal cruelty, nuisance animals. In 2021, actually before the state did it, David's wife Carla brought forward that we need to have stricter leash laws. And so myself and actual former Councilwoman Hayne actually worked together on that, put it in place, and she brought forward the idea that if a dog owner is walking with their dog and the dog relieves itself and the owner does not pick it up, they can be fined for that. Yeah. So we have ordinances like that in place, which is a phenomenal thing, but there might be opportunities to do more. Alvin's done some things, and so I think we'll look to Officer Sherman and the Chief and Captain McLean about that. So we have some things on the books, but there's room to do more. Councilman Perry, we'll now go over to you. Thank you for the wait.
Sure. Thank you so much. First off, I'm going to try not to fatigue you with questions, but I do have...
No, it's okay. I'm happy to answer them.
I have a two-pronged question that I want to ask. First of all, thank you for taking on such a monumental task. I have to say, I guess I'm concerned and a bit disappointed that our problem is so much greater than I ever imagined that it is or that it was. As far as irresponsibility and not taking care of these pets.
I will say, honestly, because I've worked the whole county, literally, it's probably the worst area in the county as far as dump dogs that I've seen. And the reason I believe is because Manvel is just enough rural, but just enough where you have houses and stuff, so people can dump them and say they're going to have a home and leave it off their conscience. So that's just my personal opinion of why.
Okay, so the first portion of my question, based upon your expertise, your professional opinion, are we at a place at this moment in time to where it's so urgent that we have to, this is our only option that we need to move forward with right now?
At the moment, I believe that's the only other option we have.
Okay.
So we don't really have an option, which is why, if you guys say no to this, you're not gonna have anything change from currently. You heard 2023 statistics, 34 dogs in Alvin. I just told you it's the worst place in the county for dump dogs. Your population is growing. You have more and more people moving in the city. You're going to have more and more liability not taking care of this problem, if we allow it to continue. This is a solution right now. Now, it doesn't mean, like Chief said, it's not a contract in that we're obligated to take every dog to Houston Humane, but it is an agreement that allows us to have that option. So a dog isn't still running around, in the streets and whatnot, or I don't have to tell the person, I can't take your dog. Because I'm going to tell you, if I was in one of your citizens' shoes and you just hired an animal control officer, I think you have animal control, like legit animal control. I come out there, or you come out there, Mayor, and you tell me, well, okay, I can't take that dog. I'll contact some people. Well, what are they paying you? What am I paying you for? That's your job. You're supposed to pick up that dog.
Well, what happens, Officer Sherman, is in those situations that have occurred, you tell them that.
Absolutely.
You can tell them, and then I get the phone calls.
Absolutely, I know that. Yes, sir.
So I'm right there with you, and it's a very
so
situation.
this is urgent. If to answer your question, Ms. Perry, yes, sir, Councilman.
So that leads to this. I'll still ask the second part of
Yes,
my
sir.
question. So given all the groups that spoke tonight and the rescue groups and the fostering groups, is it viable or that meeting with these individuals to the plan, we talked about putting together a program or a plan for rescue and for fostering. Is it possible to put a program in place to where the rescue groups and the foster groups can help alleviate some of this problem since it's so great?
Oh, rescue groups, I'm already working on that, actually. And as I said earlier, we have 2 Yorkies in the kennels right now, or I say Yorkies, one's a Yorkie, one's a something else, but it's in our kennels along with another dog. So we do pick up dogs, so we just can't house them forever and it fills up fast. But anyhow, those 2 dogs, I made contact with the rescue group from the information I got, contacting a citizen, and they gave me the information. The rescue group called me, and they're in Pearland, actually building a new storefront and stuff, facility to adopt dogs out and whatnot, 501c3, legit rescue. They're going to come in 3 days, pick up the dog after the holding period. If their dogs aren't claimed, dogs aren't microchipped, scanned, everything, and they'll adopt them out. And that doesn't cost the city $75. It doesn't cost the city whatever you're paying Alvin, and the dog's going to find a home. They're well-behaved, good dogs. They're going to get them vetted and everything.
Okay, and the same thing with the citizens who are willing to volunteer and foster?
So the problem with that is you have a lot of objection to Houston Humane, a lot of objection. Now, Houston Humane was willing, if it came to a point where they had to foster or for a period of time or whatnot, the dog would still have to go to Houston Humane, but we can utilize fosters. So Houston Humane was willing to vaccinate the dogs and health scan the dogs to go to the foster until room is made. But that will not work because the objection to Houston Humane is so strong, and the dog would have to go back to Houston Humane when, if there was a space issue. So the city would have to, in order for that to work, and Councilman, the city would have to pay a veterinarian to vaccinate any animal that's going to go into that foster program, because no foster will take a unvaccinated, unchecked animal. It's too much of a safety risk to their own animals. So it would incur cost on the city to do that, but it can be done, but the city would have to pay.
And Officer Sherman, real quick, Councilman Perry, what would the cost be for something like that? Based off of our volume of it?
The vaccine's relatively cheap. You can buy a 25 pack of the same stuff the vets use. Anyone can purchase that. It's, you can buy it for around $100, $125, 25 doses. So that part's cheap, but you're going to have, and any one of us can actually vaccinate regular vaccine. We can't do rabies, but we can do regular vaccine. But you would have to have a veterinarian come and vaccinate that dog for rabies, evaluate the dog. I mean, I can do heartworm tests myself. That's not hard, but the vaccine or the regular vet check and a rabies vaccine would have to be done by a vet. So it would be whatever the veterinarian charges, and it would probably be a mobile vet to come to the PD versus bringing that dog somewhere.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm good for
Yeah. So the point you just made, if we had these lovely ladies, Cindy and Julie and Christine and Rebecca, if they wanted to help and be a foster for these animals, did you say that if an animal goes to Houston Humane Society, if they spay and neuter or vaccinate or whatever, can a shelter, a person adopt those, not adopt, but take those animals and try to find a home for them in our city? Are they allowed to do that?
From my understanding, and Kristen can correct me if I'm wrong, but once Houston Humane actually vaccinates those dogs and whatnot, it's Houston Humane's dog.
Understood.
Yeah, and it basically they determine the adoption and whatnot. So I can't speak to the other half of that.
But Christine, would she be able to say anything about that?
So we do offer a public foster program. All you have to do is fill out a foster application. You get the dog. We provide food, a crate, collar and leash, microchip, vaccines, everything. We also require that the dog be spayed or neutered. Just on the off chance the dog does escape in your foster home, we don't hold you liable to that. Dogs will be dogs. But we offer... We push Please out daily on Facebook, Instagram. We're utilizing TikTok just to get people to foster. Nobody wants to foster right now, just in general. We have seen a decline in fosters through Bark, Harris County. But we have people come in wanting to adopt, and they're like, well, you know what? I'm not ready. Let's fill out the foster application. And then they take the dog that they want to adopt home for 2 weeks, figure out, hey, this is actually a really good fit for me. I'm going to adopt this dog. And then they tell their friends, their family, hey, you can do this. You can foster. You don't have to pay anything. It's free.
Okay.
And, Councilman Lands, I do want to interject here. I want to make sure our city attorney has brought it to my attention. I want to make sure that we do stay on topic. We've covered a lot of territory, but I want to make sure that we stay on topic for the animal transfer agreement. So we need to tie it back to that. So I got what you were picking up there.
Well, what I was leading to, basically, and I'll just finish in the sentence here, is that it seems like there's a lot of misinformation. We're hearing some good numbers on their adoption rate versus what we've heard from other people. So I'm sure that their information that they release publicly is real, true information. So I understand the people really being upset over the kill rate, which seems to be a little exaggerated. So, because trust me, me and my wife, we're right there with you guys. We are. I promise you that. I got 5 rescues in my house right now. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments or questions from council? So I think we have 3 choices we can make. we can make a motion to approve and either vote for or against entering into this agreement. The other option is we can make a motion to table. And we can say we have a call to action for those in this room where they can, over the next 2 weeks, work with our officer to put a plan together, give us a list of volunteers and fosters that our officer can call through first before taking somebody to, or an animal to the Houston Humane Society. But that might not materialize in the next 2 weeks. We might just be sitting here again because it hasn't materialized up until this point. And Officer Sherman, you've been doing a phenomenal job working with some of those sitting here in this room and doing that very thing, but putting more structure to it. The one concern I have about the agreement is, Chief, it's something that you said. It's the lack of accountability on the reporting metrics. There's no requirement that Houston Humane Society gives us a monthly report right now, according to this agreement. So, and if I'm mistaken in that, let me know, but the concern that gives me is what if they are euthanizing the Manvel animals at an extreme level? How do we have that insight besides just requesting it and hoping that they give it to us? I would almost like to see some language in the agreement that says you have to provide these numbers on a monthly basis to the city, and then the city even posts that information publicly on the website, so that way there's transparency and accountability in the process. Is there any requirement right now for them to give us any sort of numbers, or we just have to hope that they would give it to us?
Well, even in the agreement we have with Alvin, there's no requirement that says we're in essence required to receive a report from them. Again, I didn't have the conversation with them, so I don't know what they can do. I mean, they've got a real good reporting system that they sent as far as their yearly report. And it's in my papers here somewhere, that they sent that pretty much outlines everything for a year. But that's their entire intake. That's just not for the city of Manvel. That would be a conversation we'd have to have, is can they break it down? With Alvin, it's very simple because we keep track on the spreadsheet. Michelle keeps a track of what animals we send over, and they keep a track, checks and balances. They keep a spreadsheet that I've asked to be sent to me monthly, but I hadn't received one in years until today, when I finally asked, hey, I need reports and I need data. And she finally sat down and sent me 5 years worth of data. So to answer that question is, I don't know. We would have to have that conversation with them to see what, Christine might be able to answer the question right now. I don't know. Sorry. Do you know, if I may, do you know anything about the reporting system that y'all have, and can it be broken down to the city Manvel intake?
It could be broken down by day if it needs to be. It can't specify the city of Manvel, but me knowing all the dogs, because I work one-on-one with them, I'll know which ones come in from Manvel, and I can highlight those for the monthly report.
I mean, if the council's desire is to approve the report, we can approve the agreement. Correct me if I'm wrong. We can approve the agreement under conditions. We have that stipulation put in. And then we can reach out to Houston Humane Society. Even if we get a monthly report of their annual intake, that will still give us a monthly report of their intake. It still gives us an idea of what is going on at the shelter, if that makes sense. We can still keep track of what we send in, which will give us an idea. We would just have to have that conversation.
Appreciate that, Chief. Thank you for running back up and forth. So, Council, what would you guys like to do here? Councilman Perry?
Okay. So you mentioned a 2-week call to action. How much of a setback is that going to be if we do a 2-week call to action? Because if no action takes place, then, yeah, we're right back here, but we know what decision to move forward with.
It's also going to have to involve, like I said, it's going to involve cost on the city. That's going to be part of it as far as a vet coming and vaccinating if any.
No, I mean the 2-week call to action to come together with the plan.
Yeah. We'll just be in the same position we're in now.
The challenge with that is Officer Sherman, the city and the council is getting criticized for that, saying we're not doing enough, saying that we're not properly funding our animal control division. And so when working to try to find a solution, we are then faced with a difficult decision, but it's an important discussion and decision to have. So Officer Sherman, I think you said it perfectly. It stays the status quo for the next 2 weeks. But what animals might be hit by a car? What animals might be lost and never found again because we can't pick them up and take them anywhere because Alvin can't take them, or we don't have people willing to foster them. So we're kind of stuck in the status quo.
Even if you all do approve the transfer, it doesn't mean that we can't still find another solution to add in there. It doesn't mean we have to use Houston Humane as the first go-to. It's just an additional resource there. So even if it's never used, to have it available in the need that we don't have it anywhere else, it's a good thing. I would never, especially if it can accountability with the numbers and whatnot, turn down help. Okay, it's not like from what I understood that we're not going to know with the verbiage is changed and whatnot, whatever happened to our dogs. And as Chief said, if we find out they're killing every single dog that goes in there, we can immediately stop. It's not a contract that you guys are entering in that, Manvel is now committed to bringing every dog over there. But to have it as an additional resource, you have to ask yourself, would you rather that dog run around on the road, not be picked up, bite someone, get hit by a car? You have 500 more phone calls than he does, and then he does and then I do. So, it's just, you want to keep going around in the circle, or you want to take action and do something that, have that option. It doesn't mean it has to be our first resource.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So, council, I guess it's time to entertain a motion. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to approve the transfer agreement between Manvel and the Houston Humane Society, and for our city manager to execute said agreement.
Would you like to make that with conditions?
I would love to make that with conditions, that we get regular reporting, and that we use it as an option, that it's not our first line of defense or go-to. I would love to, that's not part of this motion, but I would like to have it as an option, because if we don't, it's a problem. This is not a solution if we don't move forward with this. This is the solution at this time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So we have a motion with conditions. Do I have a second? All right, I'll second that motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion fails 2-4. So I believe what that means is regarding any agreement with the Houston Humane Society that cannot come back forward for another 90 days. Okay. So for another 90 days, unless we get an alternative in place, then we're in the same boat. We're going in circles. And so my ask is to the people in the room, guys, please, we need, I hope that you heard our hearts. I hope that you heard our hearts are to care, that we want to do the right by our animals. But we need you guys, now that this agreement failed, we need you more than ever, because right now we don't have any other options. So if you guys will commit to working with us, we want to work with you, we want to work with Officer Sherman and get some things in place, okay?
Comment?
Rehabilitate, feed, neuter, vaccinate, all of it.
Councilman Lands has a comment.
That service.
Please go ahead.
The 90-day wait, I think I would like to have heard that before we made the motion to approve. I think we could have known that, because I think we painted ourselves in a corner now. If we would have said, you know what, we're going to give these citizens 2 weeks to pull something together with our animal control and with Christine, and if it can't get done, that we're going to go this route.
So, Councilman Lands, you were on the prevailing side of that vote. You can make a motion to reconsider, and then you can have a second. Then we can take a vote to reconsider the item, which would then put it back on the
let's do
table.
that.
At that point, then you can make a motion to table for 2 weeks till our next meeting if you would prefer that.
And just point of clarification, the city attorney said that would require a supermajority?
No, the 90 days, you can waive the rules of procedure with a supermajority vote. So to come back before 90 days, you could still do that at another meeting. If you're in the same meeting, you can do a motion to reconsider, like what the mayor's doing. But after meeting is over, it can't come back for 90 days unless the supermajority of the council votes to waive the rules of procedure for that 90-day requirement.
Okay, I would prefer to do the motion to reconsider, so that way we could vote on a table at that point. That way it's on the record that we're on the same page. So Councilman Lands, will you make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor to reconsider? Motion passes unanimously to reconsider. So now the item's back on the table. Any comments or questions from council? Okay, I will make a motion to table. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to table. All those in favor? Motion to table passes unanimously, 6-0. What that means is kind of the same call, 2 weeks. Let's do it, guys.
So hopefully we can get together.
All right, I think we've, good parliamentary maneuvering there. Appreciate that. I think we're good to go. You got what you need, Tammy? Okay.
Sir, may I make a quick comment that's going to be very encouraging? Thank you very much for listening to us. You're going to find that these groups not only are going to come out, they're going to pay for it. They always pay for it. Cities don't pay for it. That's why we're foster, because when we take it in and we take that chance, we know what we're doing. We know how to isolate these animals. We've done all sorts of things. We pull animals from these groups all the time. They have their purpose, and she does an amazing job with this. But you're going to find that we'll never pay for it. They pay for it. They just need our time. They need our homes. They have to learn how to be in a house. That's why we're here. So we appreciate that, and we will have it in order to.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks, we'll be back. All right, so we will now move on to Evan. We're moving on to your item. Thank you for waiting through all of that. I should have bumped yours up, my apology. So we will now move on to agenda item number 3, consideration and possible action to appoint Evan Duval as the city's zoning official to administer and enforce the zoning regulations of the city, section 77-3 of the city code. Council, we had discussion about this already during workshop. Do any council members have any additional comments? No. Okay, I will make a motion to approve the appointment of Evan Duval as the city's zoning official. Do I have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All right, we're moving now. That passes 6-0. We have consideration and possible action to approve ordinance 2024-0-10. This was also discussed in the workshop. I will make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion is approved, 6-0. How you like them apples? We're moving on through. We now have agenda item number 6, consideration and possible action to approve ordinance 2024-0-11. We also covered this during the workshop, so I will make a motion to approve the ordinance. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. All right, Chief. Oh.
Did you miss 1, 5, and 6?
I believe you skipped 5.
Yeah, you went straight to 6.
No, we got it. We got all of them. Come on, guys. Oh, you didn't get 6? I made the motion to approve. Larry seconded it. We voted in favor, 6-0.
That was 6.
That was 6.
5. Yep. Yep, 5 was approved, 6-0.
You said 5, and then you read 24-0-11.
Oh, I read 0-11. Okay.
Oh. So I think you mixed them.
Okay. So, all right. So where we're at right now is we approved 6. We're good to go on 6, but we're going to take a step back for a moment, council. We're going to go to agenda item number 5, consideration and possible action to approve ordinance 2024-0-10. This was covered in the workshop, so I will make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All right, all those opposed, 6-0. So I think we got them. Sorry, I got a little excited there. I was like, all right, let's go. We got them all covered now? Bobby, Tammy, Dan? All right, awesome. So agenda item number 7, I'm going to read this out and then step out for 1 second. Consideration and possible action to award Flint Co. the contract for the construction of the Manvel Police Station in the amount of $21,250,000. That's insane to read that number. And authorize the city manager to execute the contract. We will turn this over to Chief and Wale.
I got you. All right. So we before I start, we gotta set a trend here. We can't keep making these GCs think we have all the time in the world. This is a rush project, and making him wait 2.5 hours, he thinks we have all the time in the world. So no, we are definitely in a rush, and we are happy to have Mickey here. He's a representative from Flint Co. And we have Ronnie. Yep. So we have Ronnie as well. Just to tell you guys a little insight, this is a 1,250 square foot animal shelter with an accessory police department. No, take it back. Sorry. It is a 45,000 square foot police station. It is state of the art. We are about 12 years behind. So we've been needed it. Our officers have needed it. Our city has needed it. We owe it to our citizens to move forward with this. This is the largest project to scale that we have put out for bid, and I am extremely excited to say that it is literally right on the cusp of budget, right? So you guys, I think y'all did approve the amendment earlier. So we have enough money to do something. That is a rare sign and statement to make. So I'm very excited to let Chief speak, and then I'll probably see if Mickey wants to say something on Flint Co.'s behalf. Yeah, I know Chief just wants his building, so that was it. Mickey, would you like to come introduce yourself? Yeah, come on.
Be brief.
Hope your legs ain't asleep.
Yeah. No, it's okay. We waited since September 2022 for this project. So,
can you talk to us about dogs?
About dogs? I wish I knew the number of kennels that we're gonna have here. I think it's 14. 6? It's just 6. All right. All right. Flint Co., we're extremely excited about this. Thank you, council members and city mayor and manager, and obviously chief for trusting us and awarding us this project. We treat projects of all sorts is very important, and we like to say that we build things the right way, but we especially like police departments and public service buildings because we know we're kind of helping mold the future of what city that we're building in, especially when it comes to the police department. So we really appreciate that. We're ready. We like I said, we knew about this project since September 2022, and when we saw it come out again, we knew we had to prioritize it, and that's what we did. And so we're very excited to get started, and we're ready when y'all are. So I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Has anybody ever told you sound like Napoleon Dynamite? A little bit.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
No, it is 100%.
Yeah.
That's what. Well, I don't know what his actual name is, but he's a comedian. I just know him as Napoleon. But you sound exactly like him.
You're the first.
It's a good thing. He's a very successful actor. So sorry, squirrel. Any comments or questions from?
I got a question. Actually, when you're gonna break ground, though?
That's a good question. I've not seen a contract yet, but I think after today we'll probably get that ball started. So obviously we know that finishing the project is most important to everyone here and getting this thing done as quickly as possible. And so we also want to get done as quickly as possible. And so once we get it papered out, we'll then be able to provide the actual schedule from start to finish.
So practically speaking, from your experience, at the point that the contract's fully signed by both parties, what does your mobilization look like after that point? How many weeks would you project out on average?
Probably 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Is what we kind of ask for. Obviously, we need to make sure subcontractors, because we don't want to get out there and just sit there in a trailer waiting for subcontractors to show up. So able to get them on the schedule and make sure they have it all set up, typically is what we ask. So first off will be a contract, and then the official notice to proceed, which starts our clock. That's when we ask for that little gap just to get our subcontractors in line under contract.
Okay. Awesome. Because I think we'll have to plan a groundbreaking ceremony, so that's an important thing.
And we want to be a part of that as well, so please let us know what we can do to help assist in that process, because we've got banners, we've got tents, we've got, not big tents, but we've got shovels, we've got stuff, so please let us know, and we'd love to be involved with that.
Any other questions from council? What's your overall construction timeline look like?
think it's 16 months.
16, oh, wow.
So 16.
16, yeah, we'll stick with that. And what's your philosophy on mitigating risk and change orders that might be submitted to Wale?
Yeah, that's a good question. Typically, we do everything we can to alleviate, any additional cost. We try to do a thorough review with design team and the city once we get going to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the scope of work. And then, we, with the hard bid scenario and the lump sum contract, it does, I guess, we'll have to. We build as good as the drawings are, and so we did feel like we have a very good set of documents that should help alleviate some construction or some change orders and stuff like that. But hiring the right subcontractors and making sure you have the right team is where we start. Hope that answers.
Awesome. And then, Chief, how would you refer to it? Fixtures, furnishings, that's not included in this price, correct? Okay, so we would still have to figure that piece out.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And there's a long list of like owner furnished items, like FF&E items that we'd have to get together to make sure we have it scheduled out. We really like to get ahead of scheduling when those things show up, so we can make sure we're ready for them, and then you're ready for the purchase of them when you have to purchase them.
Awesome. Yeah. Final question that I have, and this might be more so for Dan or Robbie. I know that we're taking a little bit from Public Works, but you guys don't see this approving this contract at this price negatively impacting what we would need to do for Public Works.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Just wanted to make sure we stated that. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I think we have one question, Councilwoman Sarmiento.
What's the, what incentivization is there to make sure that it's completed on time and in budget?
So it's a lump sum contract, and so we build what's on the documents, and so any additional increases would be scope changes or scope additions. So the answer to scope additions could obviously be a no coming from the city, and then we have a strict start. We'll have a strict start and finish date, and then there'll be liquidated damages for every day that is behind. Barring any extreme weather events and stuff like that, of course. But and so we're open and honest about our schedule from the very get-go, especially with a high priority project that we know the finish date is already way behind where it wants to be. And so we'll be fully upfront about everything throughout construction so that you exactly know when you're going to be able to move in and we'll be able to hand over the keys. We want to hand them over as quickly as we can. It's better for everyone that way.
And the incentivization is you don't get the chief calling you constantly saying what's going on with this. So I saw the chief point to himself like, I'm the incentivization.
Yeah, right.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely, no problem.
Great question, Councilwoman Sarmiento. All right, do I have a motion? All right, we have a motion from Councilman Acree.
I'll second.
We have a second from Councilman Perry. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0.
All right.
Chief, how do you feel? Well, the Keith.
It's a lot better than it was 2 weeks ago. Let me just put it that way.
We'll just say the Keith Traylor Criminal Justice Center is now underway. So we're very excited. All right, Council, we already approved agenda item number 8, correct? We got that covered at the beginning, so we're good there. We'll now go into executive session. I'll read this out and then explain what we're going to work on here. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, and duties of a public officer or employee. Daniel S. Johnson, City Manager, and Robert Gervais, City Attorney. So what will happen is Council will step back first. We'll talk and we'll do Dan's first. We'll do his performance review. We'll have Dan come back and go through the process, and then we'll repeat the process for Bobby. And so if you guys will just be patient with us, we'll be back to grab you here soon. So, all right, we'll step into executive session at 8:43 p.m. I think we got everybody here. We will reconvene from executive session at 11:15. We were able to complete the city manager's performance review. First time doing something like that in that structured way, and I think it was very productive, very helpful for everyone. We will hold another executive session at our next meeting to do Bobby's, because we want to make sure to give Bobby the time that he deserves and make sure to do a good review with him instead of just rushing through because it's already late into the evening. So we will reconvene from executive session. And regular agenda, item number 9, consideration of possible action regarding the compensation in terms of employment of the city attorney. So what we will do is I will make a motion to table that item. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from myself, a second from Councilmember Hudson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously to table 6-0. Any mayor and council comments? I just want to say thank you, everybody, for your time tonight. I know it was a long meeting.
I was going to tell Bobby, thanks for public works being out there, but the rain and the cold. But
He's already gone.
next week, huh?
He's gone. He's gone. So appreciate everybody's time tonight. We had some good discussion, so I appreciate it. So I'll make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to adjourn passes unanimously 6-2.